Alrighty, how we doing, guys? What up, Husky? You doing, Adora? Alright, big day today. Hey, Samson. Work on being a little more focused with our testing in beta. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna spend a couple days deep diving on the healers, checking out conversations, and what the community's feeling for each of the different healers. So we're gonna deep dive Pally and Monk today. That way we can get a nice little feel for where they're at and how they're doing. Can I skip this on my alts?
I am the blade of the light. Fight well.
I didn't try to on my priest. Actually, I don't think I could on my priest.
We pray
Yeah.
for a miracle, and the vanguard of light.
Don't think I was able to on my priest.
But the battle yet rages on.
Dawnlight's durations increase when it heals an ally in full HP. Haste increase. Crit strikes increase during wrath. That sounds nuts. Should be good. Yeah, I was able to do them on alpha, but I haven't tried on beta actually. Doesn't let me put talents in there. I feel like they kind of killed off Rising Sunlight. Not generating any extra holy power for you. To choose between mastery when you don't have wings or movement speed? Huh? That one seems really good, to be honest. Favorite part of Silver Moon? I like that there is these little Dragonhawk nests, and they're like a bed of embers that you can like fly to. And that's how they incubate their eggs. That was really cool. Plus, the city walls are like huge and like really cool looking. I like that a lot too. There we go, fixed. It's coughing. Oh, I was coughing. So you still have the Holy Shock increase, still have the Martyr increase. They just, oh, they baseline change Prism, so that gives holy power. I thought it was like a spec talent. I was looking for it. I was like, where is that talent that gives Prism extra holy power? It is just baseline. Like seems fixed? Good. Yeah, yesterday I had a bunch of like videos and meetings and stuff to take care of, and I was like, yeah, surely it's fixed. Then I hear people like lagging all day, and I was like, shit, I guess it's good I took a day off. Yeah. Oh yeah, this is where you get block spells. My summarized opinion about the upcoming changes: add-ons gone, classes simplified, etc. I'm very skeptical about the add-on situation, Pickle Rick. And I think what the opening argument for the add-ons was that if it's a combat add-on, if it's something that turns on in combat, we're getting rid of that shit, you know? That was like their initial argument. Dutch, thank you, dude, for the, you sub, man. But now they've kind of changed their opinion. And they're like, okay, well, we're going to make our base UI better, and then add-ons can do what the base UI does and make it different, but it can't show more information, you know? So they're kind of chickening out for going all the way. And I think that's only going to continue, and it's probably going to be the best solution. Right, because if they got rid of Cell and you just use crappy default frames, then like you're going to be up shit creek. You know, you're going to hate it. and you're going to just think about what you had before and how your experience is worse. 100%. Yeah, like when they realized how much work goes into every add-on and everything. So they're gradually giving ground. And that's the thing is, like, yes, you can use crappy default raid frames and stuff, but here's the thing, Mask. The way to kind of consider this is, yeah, you have some basic tires, and they will get you to work. But if there was a world where you could upgrade your tires for 100% free, and you could be more fuel efficient, you could get there faster, you could get there safer, depending on the weather, you would always do it. Now, that may not stop somebody from saying, well, my tires are good, they're fine. I don't want to take it into the shop. I don't want to mess around with getting it all set up. Oh, I don't want to pay the maintenance guy to put the tires on for me or whatever it is, you know? But the fact still remains that there's an advantage for going out of your way to set the add-ons up. And I like the general concept of them trying to limit those things, because it did get out of control, has gotten out of control over the past decade. But you can't make it such a crappy experience that everybody is going and running around in some worn down tires instead of the race car tires, right? There needs to be some kind of even ground. So there's a lot of stuff that's like broken and they're working on right now, Pickle Rick. I'm not worried about, like, everything that exists in beta will probably be like decently polished. A little worried about damage meters, a little bit worried about raid frames, because we just don't have those yet. Should your car not come with tires that allow it to work okay? Yeah, but there's a difference between tires that work okay versus snow tires that are optimized for the cold versus race car tires that can handle a turn better. All that kind of shit. So, that's also my point with Senka is, like, yes, like Mask said, his car tires, his base UI is okay, but he is passing up on better opportunities to get more information, display information in a cleaner way, more efficient way, whatever. And that's fine. But that also doesn't stop it from being an advantage if you do want to take advantage of those things, you know? I agree, Mura. Add-ons should be for more customization. But that's the thing, if the default UI doesn't give you good information on its own, you got a problem. Then you get a little problem. Look at the community for the past decade. Yeah, that's the thing, Nails. They should have had, like, I don't know, 10 people working on this thing for years and years. The DBM one, Mura? Yeah, they need to provide a good info or correct it fast. I agree. And that's the thing. So, just to circle this back really quick, because Pickle Rick was asking me what my impression of the entire expansion is. I think Midnight's going to be one of the best expansions we've had in a while. I think it's going to be better than Dragonflight, War Within, and Shadowlands. For sure. That being said, they got some work to do to get it there. I think how much different this expansion feels reminds me of, like, a lot of old WoW expansions. Reminds me of Legion, reminds me of BFA, reminds me of MoP, things like that. It seems like they're taking, like, good effort to make the expansion feel different and new and refreshing, which is nice. Because Dragonflight was, like, safe. War Within was, like, Dragonflight Part 2, you know? Stuff like that. Yeah. The dungeon pool. Can I pull it up? Current season. I guess that's right. Yeah, Algathar, Pit of Sauron, Seat, Skyreach, Windrunner Spire, Nexus Point, Mizara Caverns, and Magister's Terrace. There you go. Yep. How far I got my priest? I just did, like, the first quest line. I did some leveling already on alpha, and then it reset my character because I made a new one, of course. So I'm not trying to, like, do crazy leveling routes or anything like that, you know? I don't think Seat's gonna be that bad. Like, for the time, it was awful. Yo, hey, Dantic. I think for the time it was insane and it was awful and all that stuff, but I think it'll be fine. I think a lot of like long-term WoW players have been conditioned to deal with it now. we can tolerate it now, you know. We'll be all right. Like, C was super difficult for its time. I just think that they've made WoW dungeons so much more difficult since then. Like, on average, they've made them more difficult. That, like, Seat is just going to be, like, just in line with what we've experienced already. We'll be pros at it already. Alright. Missing a lot of abilities. I also think that the class pruning is actually going to be fine. I think it's kind of long overdue, to be honest. I was looking through my videos yesterday, and I actually found one that was like, the war within is too bloated, and I was like, oh shit! It's all coming together. Slowly. How hard Mind Blast hits? It does, yeah. It's kind of weird that they got rid of Schism, but if it means that your Mind Blast actually hits hard, then I'm on board. Because that is pretty satisfying. It feels pretty cool. Gotta make sure I left click, drag, and then drop the cleanse in there, otherwise it won't work. There we go. Oh, 16 minutes ago, new article. This is like breaking news. Holy shit. Chat, lock in. No, I think the pruning is actually going to save healing, Dutch. So when there was too many cooldowns, it basically ends up being like spreadsheet healing, where if you have a healing cooldown, then you will heal everybody fine through damage. And if you don't have a healing cooldown, you have no sustained. So I actually think the pruning is going to help your sustained healing. And so what I mean by that is like, there will be a deadly mechanic going out, and you just have to execute well. Like if you're a paladin, you got to pool up some holy power for this damage event because you won't have wings for it. And you got to like plan and prepare like how you're going to use your spenders. You know, if you're like a holy priest or something and you don't have like apotheosis for a moment, you might want to pool up some holy words to be ready for an encounter or mechanic or something like that to be, you know, able to deal with it. And it's like I always use the pie example. By making, oh, the lag, baby. Oh, the lag. Don't make fun of my circles, okay? I'm lagging. Yeah. All right, let's just make some stuff up, okay? But just for example's sake. Peace sign. The S is for suck. No, it's for sustained. Sustained healing. And then this will be like apotheosis healing. And then this will be like him healing, for example. So just as a rough example, if you have, you know, apotheosis and you have him taking up a huge chunk of your healing. Actually, this is kind of a bad example. Let me find a better example. What healing cooldowns got pruned that I could draw a better example with? God, they kind of like rolled Flourish into a passive. Anyway, just trust me on this one. Let's say that they remove a cooldown or something like that. Actually, you know what's fair? They kind of removed the uptime of Apotheosis. They took out a bunch of Apotheosis uptime. So, with less Apotheosis uptime, you'll have Apotheosis, you'll have him, and then you'll have higher sustained healing because they're pruning down on the extra uptime you're getting out of Apotheosis. So you're spending less time in there, and then you're getting more sustained healing. Stuff like that. Yeah. How you doing, Joe? Is there a way to track how many atonements you have out in raids, like how retail WoW is a weak aura? Oh, in like the default UI, Joe? No, there's not. Nope. That'd be nice, though. That would be really nice. So, I had to say your eyeballs. It's kind of your eyeballs, yeah. Because, I mean, the way you should ideally do it is you should, like, apply atonement individually to, like, you know, 10 range players or something like that 8 to 10 range players, and then kind of like go down a line with how you sort out your groups, and then just double radiance. So like you don't really need it, but it's nice to have. That's kind of on my list of like, it'd be nice to have an icon to see how many atonements I have, but I don't really need it. Yeah. Having fewer abilities that hit harder is based. Very true. But I'd actually argue that like pruning healing cooldowns increases the skill for a healer, because you can't just push a cooldown and then everyone's safe and everyone's alive. You actually have to work on like your priority list of how you are healing, what buttons you're healing with during downtime, how you hold resources for, you know, future events, things like that. You got to think through, you know. All right. Let me get these ads out of the way, and then it's gonna be like 2 minutes of ads, and then we'll read it because it's yelling at me to run it. Oh, gotta wait a little longer, Orange. Just gonna yap a little bit more and get all the ads out of the way. Because I keep hitting the snooze button on it, and it keeps ticking down on me. But then we will read it. Actually, I'll read it to you. Yeah, no reading required. Idea of cooldowns doing all the healing is very Final Fantasy XIV. Exactly. So true, what, mate? I like Final Fantasy healing, but man, that shit gets annoying when like you just can't rotationally heal. You just are trading cooldowns with the boss. Oh, the boss hit a button, now I hit a button. Boss hit a button, now I hit a button. Very rarely when I was doing Savage Prog were you like just sitting there tunneling healing and just blasting big healing buttons, you know? And yeah, I'm like very, very glad that they are getting rid of a lot of those CDs. They said they're trying to get rid of the ramping required. I don't know if they're really trying to get rid of the ramping. They haven't specifically said they are, that I've seen. They want to make ramps less complicated, though, and they're still working on some changes for disc for that. Item Kafka. All right, ready for me to read? It's like 40 seconds. Well, that's the thing. Sustained healing is good. It also means there's going to be like more rot fights, hopefully. More rot fights, more sustained damage periods. It's not just like take a spike of damage and then top off and then wait around for the next stuff, you know? There'll be like good variety for it. Should be good variety for it. All right, there we go. Ads are all wrapped up. All right. Game director Ian Azakostas has released a large blog answering many of the community's questions on the add-on disarmament and Midnight, including what's changing, why now, and what's next. As we move into the beta phase of Midnight and invite a much larger wave of players in to experience the expansion and provide feedback, I wanted to take the time to recap the planned changes to add-on capabilities and the accompanying broader changes to combat and encounters. This will be a long post, but stick with me. There's a lot to cover. Over the course of the past year, we've been talking about add-on changes, but that communication has been spread across multiple videos, posts, interviews, and ongoing conversations with add-on authors. This fragmentation has contributed to confusion and concern across the community. The main goal of this article is to dispel as much of the confusion as possible and hopefully provide reassurance around these planned changes. To be clear, it is entirely natural for players who have spent countless hours experiencing Azeroth through the lens of their favorite add-ons to feel nervous about big changes to that ecosystem. While some players who use few or no add-ons may be shrugging their shoulders, for many others, this may be the single largest change an expansion has ever made to World of Warcraft. We take none of this lightly. Add-on disarmament. Why? So if we know this is a risky change, why are we making it? Well, it's a console release! No. For 20 years, the customizability of the World of Warcraft UI has been a pillar of the game, allowing players to use add-ons to tailor the look and feel of the game to suit their preferences. Numerous improvements to the UI over the years have been inspired and informed by these community efforts. But the power we gave to authors has always come with the risk of tools that can distort moment-to-moment gameplay, which has led the development team to restrict add-ons capabilities several times over the years. In past incidents, we typically were able to address issues by limiting add-ons access to some specific functionality. For example, add-ons automatically selecting abilities and targets in the game's early days, or using player position and clever math to build radar overlays a decade later. That was on Archimonde, by the way, the end of Warlords of Draenor. This time around, however, the cause for concern is subtler and more pervasive. Over the past few expansions, the community has increasingly shifted from a focus on add-ons that display information in a particular way to add-ons that process that information to drive combat decisions and recommendations. As an RPG with cast times and cooldowns governing most actions, a huge portion of skill in WoW has always rested in moment-to-moment decision-making. By its nature, a computer with access to complete information about the current combat state in WoW, allies and enemies, buffs, debuffs, active cast, cooldown state, health, and more, will be able to make the correct decision far faster than any human, and can do so with unerring accuracy. The clankers are too smart. Such add-ons move beyond the realm of personal preference, offering an objective advantage in moment-to-moment combat. As a result, players often will be told to download specific add-ons to improve their class performance or to defeat a specific encounter. Guilds or even pickup groups commonly require the use of specific add-ons for mid-combat coordination. It's like they made Fractalus on purpose to be like, see? While we've never designed for add-ons, see, they're even addressing it right here. They're like, we didn't make Fractalus for add-ons. While we've never designed for add-ons, in the sense of making a specific encounter or class mechanic with the intent that players would write add-ons to solve a puzzle, we inevitably had to design around them for the past several expansions. We have to accept that even in a non-cutting edge content, a majority of players will turn to any available tools to make things easier. For example, when we design a boss in normal or heroic difficulty, we have a tuning target in mind. While we risk causing frustration if we overshoot the mark, when we release an encounter that puts up very little resistance, we often get feedback that the boss is unsatisfying. Boss too easy, boss not fun. In a similar vein, when we're designing a class mechanic, we're trying to express class fantasy while also offering engaging, moment-to-moment gameplay. It is. Thanks for the 3 months, Safari. But with add-ons instantly solving a raid coordination challenge, or collapsing a nuanced combat decision into a simple binary, we would get feedback, supported by data, that our design fell flat. And so we would add an extra layer of complexity to a class mechanic, or tighten encounters tuning to give players less time to react, in order to deliver the level of challenge and engagement that players are expecting. When it comes to the class stuff, guys, they're kind of talking about the war within hero talents. And so, you know how they added hero talents originally to have an active hero talent and like a passive hero talent? So like if you wanted more engagement, you could get it kind of thing. That's kind of what they're talking about. Is they're saying, basically, because of add-ons, they bloated classes and made them like way more complex to juggle because they anticipated you using add-ons to play your class. Which is actually kind of breaking fucking news, by the way, because I don't think they've ever admitted to that. I'll be taking questions and stuff at the end of this article. It's kind of a long one, so we're just gonna read it. But that shift has left people who prefer not to use add-ons at a clear disadvantage, making WoW less approachable in the process. So it's kind of funny in this. What they're saying is that they are designing classes with people using add-ons in mind that will make the decision-making easier. Kind of nuts. It's actually kind of nuts. Because like I said, I don't think that they've ever said something like that before. They're not saying any class needs add-ons to play. They're just saying that they realize that people are using add-ons. Specs will feel easy to play, and so they add more complexity to them so that they're actually at an engaging level. So, they're looking to level the playing field. The guiding philosophy for our approach is straightforward. Add-ons should no longer offer a competitive advantage in WoW combat. This is just like we were talking about earlier. They should remain as robust tools for aesthetic customization and personalized presentation of information. But they should not be able to make a player more likely to succeed in combat against an encounter or another player. I've seen discussion around the word competitive, with some understandably noting that they aren't playing in the MDI or trying to get into the Raid Hall of Fame or Arena leaderboards, and wondering why a design shift about competitive advantage should apply to them. But the consequences of add-ons impact creep into all facets of the game, and this uneven playing field is experienced by all players. Whether someone's trying to defeat Dimensius on normal with their friends and family guilds, trying to get a foothold in Mythic Plus, or trying to be the best of the best. But what add-ons? The weak core pack from Luxos or something like the Barrage Helper? Well, we're gonna see in our add-on disarmament what's changing, a noob. Yo, Thiff, thank you for the 10 months, bro. You were kicked in the wall boss and Mana Forge because I picked the good spot, but not the one the add-on suggests others. Yep. Many such cases. Hang on, I gotta get some, there we go. Gotta change playlist a little bit. Alright, so what's changing? In pursuing these philosophical goals, we try to make a surgical approach that limits add-ons' abilities to process information with the least possible impact on their ability to display it. Our engineering team has been regularly sharing updates to the API, short for Application Programming Interface, essentially the functions that add-on authors can use to access and manipulate WoW UI data. So they have been regularly sharing updates to the API with the add-on authors, but a simplified explanation of what we're changing is as follows. Information about the current combat state is designated as a secret value that can be displayed by add-ons, but not known by them. In essence, combat events are in a black box. Add-ons can change the size or shape of the box, and they can paint it a different color, but what they can't do is look inside the box. So in Midnight, add-ons can still change the location of your buffs or debuffs, and the size and shape of your associated frames. They can change the size and shape and texture of enemy nameplates and cast bars and many similar UI elements. That's big for our Plater fans. Also, they say you can change the size, shape, and of your raid frames as well. So there's a little bit of hope. But they can't know with certainty whether you or your target have a specific debuff currently active or what the cooldown of a given ability is. So what this means for healers, listen up, is that you can choose where you want your debuffs to sit on your raid frame add-on. So you can say, in cell, I'm going to have my debuffs in the top right corner. You know, I want it to be this size. I want it to be that stuff, right? But the add-on cannot highlight the frame when they have a debuff. It can't say, the raid debuffs in cell will no longer work, basically. You can't like highlight the raid frame and be like, Jimmy's got a debuff, he needs prio healing. You just have to watch for that debuff. Yeah. So you can like change. So if you have like a debuff section, you can change all of that kind of stuff of like, okay, what's going on, you know? But you're not able, it doesn't look like you're able to have like a blacklist, at least not yet. We'll see. Doesn't look, yeah, exactly, a noob. Doesn't look like you can filter the debuffs, at least at the moment. We debuted our alpha test with the strictest version of this rule set. So that's the thing, a noob. They might change it. Wanting to avoid a frustrating cat and mouse situation with authors, pointing out loopholes in our logic, and us needing to keep tightening things down to preserve a level playing field. Whereas we have historically disabled all add-ons in the early weeks of expansion alpha, which is true, this time we invited numerous add-on authors to the first wave of our test. We wanted to give them a head start on updating their add-ons and to hear feedback on pain points. That input has been invaluable and led us to loosen restrictions in numerous areas that were causing needless collateral damage. So, to your point, Anub, this is all what we've been talking about earlier. Let me break it down to like make it super simple, right? If you have a raid frame add-on, you can have a little black box of where your debuffs are lying at the moment. Okay? And you can make it larger, you can make it smaller, you can make it have a star, you can make it green, whatever, right? But at the moment, you can't filter out certain debuffs and ignore them or something like that. But what they're talking about here is that this is the ultimate worst case restriction, okay? This is like their starting argument. And so they are slowly giving away ground to, oh yeah, you could do this thing. Oh yeah, you could do this little thing. Oh yeah, you could do this little thing. So for us healers, one of the huge priorities is definitely going to be, at the very least, being able to ignore, bloodlust, heroism, warlock gateway debuffs, things that don't matter at all. Absolutely need to be able to be blacklisted, right? At the moment, BK, correct. At the moment, you just got to pay attention to debuff. But this is a huge, huge area that they're at least like, hey, we're willing to change, Or at least willing to make some kind of changes. Okay, let's continue. Even with this more focused approach, we knew that limiting add-ons' abilities to parse combat events in real time would have a significant impact on a wide range of popular and benign add-ons, like damage meters that offer immediate insight into performance, boss ability timers that impart a rating since the earliest days of WoW, and tools that make the game accessible to players with a range of disabilities. So alongside the Secret Values project, our team has also been working on building up native solutions in many of these areas and creating new API hooks to allow add-on authors to access protected information in ways that don't risk competitive integrity. Whew. We've been rolling out the base UI features over the course of the year, and that will continue during Midnight Beta. The Legacy of Erator update 11.17 has the assisted highlight, one-button rotation tools. We implemented an early working version of Cooldown Manager in 11.15, knowing that it needed a lot of iteration, but wanting to ensure that we were getting all the needed feedback in a live environment. Midnight will feature a much refined version. They're talking about it, Saint. They're talking about it, man. Midnight includes a new boss warning system, which allows players to see which boss mechanics are upcoming while leaving the choice of how to handle them in players' hands. We're in the process of adding a range of native accessibility improvements, such as a built-in combat audio alert system that allows players to use text-to-speech and other audio cues for everything from player health to common combat events. Over the course of beta, we'll be releasing improvements to our raid frames for healers, a built-in damage meter tool with server-side validation, and more. Sheesh. I think we will get there to Jak, because not allowing to blacklist is actually an information overload. Yeah, 100%, man. I think we will get there as well. I agree. Yeah. Can't wait until Blizzard fucks their tuning and boss design as they've done for the previous 3 to 4 tiers. And then every AOTC or late CE guild is begging for weak auras because Blizzard will not nerf a boss. It's going to be very interesting. I do not envy one bit the friends and family AOTC guilds or the late cutting edge guilds. I don't envy them one bit because this seems like they're going to fuck with them the most. I just don't get the alpha testing add-ons that the community's already done the work. Well, they're inviting the community to test their own add-ons on the alpha to see what's possible. Something like that. Yeah. Lost all but 2 of our healers already? Oh my god. Attack of the Clones ahead of the curve. Attack of the Clones. Oh my god. Let me get some more water. We're almost halfway through. Over halfway through. Let me get some water real quick and we'll continue. One sec. I gotta ads out of the way too. All right. Ready to roll, guys? We locked in. Ads are over. Ads are over. Wonderful. Okay. While we work on limiting the ability of add-ons to give a high-end performance advantage, we want to ensure the baseline WoW experience is approachable and accessible as ever. Whew! We know that we know that if we're limiting add-ons functionality, we need to give all players the information they need to succeed, and we need to tune our game accordingly. So that's where they need to make their base UI better. Along with clear visual and audio telegraphs, that may also mean having a second... Excuse me. Along with the much clearer visual and audio telegraphs, that may also mean having an extra second or two to react to a mechanic, or fewer things occurring simultaneously to keep cognitive load manageable. Our end goal is for any given piece of content in Midnight, a Mythic 10 dungeon, a normal raid, a Tier 8 delve, to be roughly as challenging as it was in prior expansions, but for that challenge to be more fairly distributed across the player base. It's in the box. I got a new treadmill. Yeah. So basically, the way they view it is that a lot of high-end players could use add-ons to really quickly make decisions. And they could like see the decision, know what to do, be done. with the rotation or with like a boss fight. They would just look at the add-on would tell them what to do, they make a decision based off that, they push the button based off that. Hey Saito. Warlock Gateway is an example, little paps, that would be an annoying one. There's also like debuffs that people have from like activating cooldowns that can show up that need to be blacklisted as well. Trinket debuffs as well. I'm walking on the old treadmill right now. But this one that I just got has an incline to it. Right, so if you're taking away the ability for add-ons to like tell you what to do, then they need to make encounters a little less difficult to sort of account for it. So their goal is to make 10s the same difficulty. They want any given piece of content in Midnight to be roughly as challenging as it was in prior expansions, but for that challenge to be more fairly distributed across the player base. Neuro, think of it the 14 months. So basically they're saying, hey, we want this to be more fair because people with lots of add-ons would have an easier time. People with less add-ons would have a harder time. So let's make the base UI strong and better, which they still need to do, and make sure that add-ons can't do more than what the base UI can do. Nope, they're all the same, Neuro. Yeah. It's kind of an impossible thing to make content the same difficulty when you don't know, like it's gonna be different for everybody, Mantooth, right? So like, content will get easier for people who've never used add-ons before because the base UI will be stronger and encounters will be easier. But people that are really used to super customized HUDs and lots of sound alerts to tell them to move, run out of mechanics, kick this, stop this, use this cooldown, they might have a harder time, you know? And that's the biggest thing, is that you're probably going to see, like, some people have a new game to learn, other people, it'll just be chill. Yeah. So it'll be a different experience for everybody. Definitely Lumithars for M+, Reptile. Yeah, that thing owns. Can they make the game easier so you don't need the add-ons? Well, yeah, that's what they're doing. But, like, they could make the game easier and then keep the add-ons, and people would still use the add-ons because it make the game even easier than that, you know? Take on how World First will work with a one boss raid. I hope that it's like you have to clear these other two raids to get to the one bosser, and that they decide to make sure that they open at like a similar time, or they're available at like a similar time. The way I kind of view it is, if you had to clear like the 2 boss raid before you get to the 1 boss raid, but basically the 2 and the 1 are released at the same time, then you just, whoever clears the 2 bosser first, like there's still obviously the NA advantage type stuff, the time advantage, of course. But if you make like the 2 bosser pretty difficult, then that could work. I don't know. I'm just fucking guessing. Healers going into Midnight is someone who currently mains Boomkin, would like to get into healing. Any class would be easier to make the change. That I don't know about yet, but I will like make videos on it for sure, Niz. Especially when we have like raid and M+ testing. Add-ons were a compensation for bad game design. Couldn't tell what was happening in some instances without the add-ons. We have faith they've done their homework to analyze what they were missing. I think they're going to be able to like simplify a lot of fights. I think it'll be much easier for them to design now that they know the constraints that add-ons have. Because what happened before Pog was like they didn't know what all the restrictions that add-ons, or what they didn't know how far add-ons could go. When they designed Archimon, they didn't dream that people would make radar systems to see where all the laser beams are going. They didn't think of that. They realized it after the fact, you know? Yeah. All right, so why are some cosmetic add-ons breaking? I'd like to take a moment to address a technical nuance here. Many players have expressed confusion at seeing reports of some popular cosmetic add-ons no longer functioning as expected. If we're only focusing on combat calculations, why are we seemingly breaking an add-on that only changes the appearance of player and target frames? LVUI. It's never our intent, and there are a few reasons why that may be the case in Midnight builds. The myriad authors who have created add-ons for WoW have each chosen from among countless different approaches to structuring their code. As a result, 2 add-ons that provide nearly identical player-facing functionality, that's what it looks like, might be very dissimilar under the hood, and thus be affected very differently by the changes coming at midnight. Some add-ons can and will work just fine at midnight, but they have yet to be updated by their author. The work that they need to do may be very straightforward, or it may take a more significant amount of time. Every expansion in WoW's history has required tweaks to all but the simplest of add-ons. Thus, the out-of-date add-ons pop up with each new major patch. Other add-ons, however, rely on implementations that don't merely reskin pieces of the WoW UI, but rather rebuild them from scratch using raw data about the current combat state. Unfortunately, that particular approach, which by no means is inherently wrong, has limitations under our new secret value system. While there's some areas that we cannot bypass these limitations without opening the door to computational logic, I'll explain all of this in a sec. Just bear with me. I feel like this is in one ear out the other for half of you. We're trying to do everything possible to minimize collateral damage, recognizing that many players enjoy abstract and custom ways of representing their current count of runes on a Death Knight or Holy Power on a Holy Pally. We recently made all class secondary resources fully non-secret. Okay, so what they're saying here is that for the people losing their fucking minds about like LVUI going kaput, right? How would I even do this? I'll just do this squiggle, arrow. This squiggle, arrow. This squiggle, arrow. This squiggle, arrow. All right, so TLDR. All of these destinations, this is what I would call the end. And this would be the start. Okay? Their whole point is that there is a bajillion different ways to get here. And then add-on authors have taken over the years a bajillion different ways to get to this endpoint of like how shit looks. And since they're restricting some of these ways, they are cutting them off. They're killing them off. So there may be one really good way to do things for add-ons going forward, right here. But people have to either give up their work that they've made here and go here, or they have to kind of find some way to turn this into this. That's the TLDR. Final Fantasy does not allow combat add-ons. There's people that make like overlays and shit though. Paint is the GOAT, Joker. Hopefully that made it a little bit easier for people to understand. Well, so that's the thing, Bull. That's the key point. Is like what Blizzard's saying right now is that, hey, if an add-on like LVUI goes away, it's not because we're intentionally trying to torpedo them. They might have found a way to reach this end goal that we don't like that route because it opens up the computational stuff. So LVUI could still exist, but it might just have to be a fuckload of work to do this approved route. I haven't heard anything about Cell. I assume it's still going. Until I've heard otherwise, I assume it's still going. I think the stuff that's probably like most at risk is like older add-ons. Because the older add-ons are more likely to have taken these like fucky routes to being constructed. Are there healers you think will benefit from this in popularity? The add-on changes? I mean, everyone also kind of got some pruning and everything, Sharkbait. So there's definitely a lot of healers that need more attention and stuff for sure. Like Disc definitely needs a lot of attention. Maybe Prez, probably Monk. There's definitely more work to be done. And there will be more work to be done for sure. Hey, Wiz. Even cosmetics, they're stripping player agency. I'm an older gamer. I need bigger icons. Spread your player frame a bit more. They're missing key functionality. Other cosmetic add-ons provide their goal. So those things are going to be available for add-ons to manipulate, though. Yeah, bigger icons, bigger player frames. That stuff's all going to be available for add-ons to manipulate, though. Yeah. Yeah, we'll definitely be, well, my original intention to do today, we still will, is to do some, like, H-Pally and Mistweaver testing. And we're going to do, like, deep dives for all the healers, and I'm going to do, like, regular tier lists and updates, and we'll do, like, how easy is it to play this healer, next expansion. We have all that kind of stuff planned. So it's coming. Yep. Yo, Sharkbait Brouhaha. Thank you for the prime, dude. I'm a Drakthir for raid mobility and everything missing number. Void Elf's also, like, really good. Goblin's fine, but it's not as good as the other options, basically. That's basically how it goes. Anyway, the Okay, so basically what they're doing is they're finding the areas like runes or holy power that people really want to have customized appearances for, and they're basically taking it out of the secret box. So what they have is they have 1 billion things in the secret box. There is, like, here's the box. And this is no access. No access, okay? But what they're allowing is some things to be taken out and put into the access box. So they're doing a little, like, Ocean's 11 jailbreak. Yeah. So certain little pieces are getting added into this stuff where add-ons can actually manipulate them, but there's a lot of things in here. There's a bajillion things in here. Make sense? Yeah, I think that they're just going to relax more and more. I agree, Joker. Yep. I think raid testing is next week, so I'm sure they are going to let us have, like, max level stuff. They should. They should. All right. The age-old question, why now? All right, why do this now? Why not wait until all our built-in functionality is fully polished and has multiple rounds of feedback? All right, guys, here it is. Here's the Xbox announcement. JK. I first started talking about our concerns with the impact of add-ons on the modern game nearly a year ago. We were still evaluating the feasibility of a solution, as well as the right time frame. But we also wanted to gauge community sentiment around the general issue. WoW's history is littered with examples of the dev team trying to solve perceived problems that most players weren't particularly concerned about, and we wanted to reassure ourselves that we weren't headed down that same path here. Game Pass. We were happy to see a lot of positive reactions to the discussion. I'm not going to pretend that there was unanimous support, but the average take was something along the lines of, it would be great if add-ons weren't required, but I'm not sure I trust Blizzard to pull it off. Dude, that's a crazy thing to actually have in their own article. And that's very fair. This is huge and a challenging project, and I don't expect blind faith in the absence of results. Sheesh. Yeah, that's kind of a very direct address to it. Hell yeah. Convinced that we were on the right track with the aims of the project, we shifted to building a roadmap of what it would take to pull off the transformation. The team found that progress on the UI engineering front was moving faster than expected, both in terms of the secret value system and in terms of implementing some of the replacements we knew we'd need. That made readiness for the launch of Midnight a real possibility. So basically, they wanted to find ways to restrict stuff, and they were like, yeah, this is piss easy. These changes pretty much have to be made on an expansion boundary, allowing us to build a full slate of content and systems that are meant for a post-add-on disarmament world. Trying to ask players to relearn content mid-expansion without the tools they were using the day before would be a sure recipe for unhappiness. And no matter how much we improve our native UI, we can't build mechanics that are trivially solvable by add-ons and expect that players won't use the tools as long as they still function. So that is the answer to Bowl on PC. Yeah, couldn't they make the game easier so you don't need the add-ons? Well, that's the thing. People would just use them anyway. Well, that's why you gotta lock in for the discussion, Diamonds. Yeah. In the end, we were faced with the decision of either signing up for a couple more years of designing our content around add-ons in ways that made it impossible for us to serve our whole community, or moving forward now and finding solutions within the new paradigm. And so, add-on disarmament is coming with Midnight, and the team is fully committed to giving the community all the support required, tweaking their logic around what is restricted, and making new access points available to add-on developers in order to make the transition successful. Well, they're sort of trying to find the middle ground. Because if you just tuned in, the TLDR is there's a million different things, especially with like healer add-ons, right? Where they're like, can the add-on do this? Can the add-on do that, right? If you're trying to take information in combat, it's in a secret value, which means you can make the entirety of the buff frame larger, smaller, have it to the left, have it to the right, whatever. But you can't individually mess around with like the order of the hots or order of the buffs or whatever it might be, right? But they're also allowing some specific things to get out of the secret value box so that you can manipulate them. And so they're basically adding new restrictions all the time. Or they're removing restrictions on things, apparently. As they talked earlier about like runes and holy power being an individual value so that you could change how those appear and where those appear. How you doing, Baze? Okay, we're almost through it, chat. What's next? As we kick off beta, we are excited to see a ton of new players get access to Midnight, but we're especially eager to see structured testing of the endgame. The changes to add-ons don't come in a vacuum. They are complemented by a new approach to building raid encounters, dungeon pulls, combat mechanics, and more. So we're looking forward to seeing players have that holistic experience. And we're looking for feedback not just on our UI or evolving add-ons, but on aspects of endgame combat that might feel unclear or unfair without some of the tools you're accustomed to using. We're going to be watching closely and listening to feedback throughout the beta. To us, the beta designation means that we have the entirety of the game's content ready for testing, but it is far from an endpoint to Midnight development. We will be agile and adaptive in close partnership with our community. Whew. That's like a LinkedIn word salad. As we roll out regular updates in the weeks and months ahead, improving our base UI experience, adjusting tuning or presentation of mechanics, and adding new functionality for add-on developers. Thanks for taking the time to read this. Hey, thanks, man. I understand this amount of change can be scary, and that it's natural to worry that the long-term benefits aren't worth the short-term disruption. We're going to do everything possible to ensure that your experience with Midnight's a great one, that customization and self-expression remain hallmarks of WoW's UI, and that the game is more approachable than ever. Ian Hazakostas, game director. Whew, that's a lot of words. That's right, shifting the paradigm, new synergies. Yeah, buddy. Add a closing to our patch note, make it sound we care, and use strong words that resonate. Prompt. No, I doubt that he's using he's not using any M dashes. So I think we're okay. There's no M dashes. Yep. Put it on the shelf and circle back. Well, yeah, at the moment, it looks like you're not going to be able to color a raid frame for having a specific hot or a buff keylime. Yep. So, they just make the game easier and improve all their UI first. Them saying that people using them would still gain an advantage only matters if they design bosses like Brew Twister or Echo of Neltharion that aren't playable without them. Well, then the game would basically just be too easy, and then people would feel like they didn't have a challenge. Like, if they just made stuff easy enough for people that didn't have add-ons, but it was so piss easy for people that did. I mean, that's literally classic. Like, did anybody play Cataclysm Cataclysm Classic. They basically just had a shitload of add-ons that tell you what to do in that game. Cataclysm Classic base. Silly. Yeah, silly. Looks like some of the coloring for nameplates can be, but I don't think it's like an individual based on certain mobs kind of thing. Yeah. But the difference, I mean, like, you know what the difference is, Bull. I'm confused. Is a healer going to be able to keybind healing spells to our 12-button mice? I think so, yeah. I don't think there's anything changing there. Difficulty of Classic ends up being the players. The content's easy, so all the players hyper-optimized get very annoying to compensate. That's what I heard as well. Current state of add-ons is basically old tech debt for the game. Blizz got to benefit from better UI without having to make it themselves, but eventually the debt must be paid. Yeah. Because otherwise, it's just impossible for new players to get into the game because they are not used to having all these add-ons and other tools. Yeah. Yeah. How many new people are actually trying to get into the game? I would not be shocked if like a lot of people try it a little bit and then they like fall off immediately. I wouldn't be surprised if this is like a piece of the puzzle, but not a huge one. What about pre-stealing? I really like where Holy's going. I think they got a lot of really good stuff. Disc is still kind of incomplete. I like their overall theory for it, but I actually just recorded this video yesterday about it. I think the add-ons are OP is a bit of a straw man. They're only so OP because of the design and the mess the base UI does. Oh, you say they're only good because of how bad the UI is? I mean, sure. But that's how you rate things? I don't know. Yeah, I mean, they're... add-ons are good because the base UI is bad. Yeah. I don't know. I don't think that's a straw man argument. Yeah, and that's the other thing is like they're good because like run out or kick this mob or highlight this mob or like whatever. Yeah, like literally add-ons will like tell you how to do boss fights. Yeah. Add-ons just straight up tell you how to do boss fights and you'll be chilling. And your friend still stays in bad with the add-ons? Well, that's the thing, is a lot of people are going to get caught out with the add-on change. And they're going to be the ones who had, like, relied upon add-ons to figure shit out for them, you know? Yeah, Warcraft logs and stuff like that's not being changed at all. Biggest problem is that they were forced to design encounters to be solved by add-ons, and add-ons were taking over how to play, literally telling you what to do whenever. They're absolutely on the right track. They just need to hit the sweet spot where you can cosmetically manipulate what we want. Yeah, I'd agree with that. Normal people are absolutely using add-ons. Yes, they are. Yeah. And I mean, high-end players do share their add-ons. I mean, they make the weak aura packs and they release them after World First. Yeah. Hide and seek boss, the Sepulchre was going to be cool, but that was solved by add-ons. Bit of a damper on what could have been a fun fight. What fight? Hide and seek. Historically, which healer's stronger at the start of expansions? It's not consistent. Oh, Dreadlords. Okay, yeah. Now I'm on the same page. Yeah. It's kind of been Prez for the last 2 expansions, Carl, but it's not been consistent. It's not like an easy thing to predict right now. Yeah. Words of Dread. I use an uplift desk. Communism. Yeah. Highly recommend. Yeah, this is still gonna be a ramp healer. They're still kind of doing some design changes on it, but we'll see. I was hoping to do that today, McFatty. Well, basically today I want to do all the research about HPAL and for Monk, and then I can make a video later. Basically. Use case for Prism anymore? It's worse than Toll? Yeah, I think so too. I won't miss having to update add-ons week course because everyone in your raid needs the same version. Dude, facts. Holy shit, that's so annoying. Holy shit. They provide a good alternative to nameplates or damage meters. Still no damage meters in beta, and nameplates are a mess. Yep. And that's the thing is, it's definitely on them. It's definitely on them to figure out. No, I've got, let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 buttons down into my raid frames. Let's see. Are there other active abilities I don't have on my bars from talents? Don't think so. Oh yeah, 5 is Consecrate, but that's... Yeah, Righteous Judgment replaces that. Hey, Bizzle. Yeah, it looks like add-ons will work with the side mouse buttons and stuff, Alan, for click casting. Yeah, they're adding Gambit. I saw they're adding a new healer. Blizzard's back engineering things like Plater to create their own version. Yeah, I think so. Or something similar to it, yeah. Yeah, I haven't heard anything about it, KZ. Not sure. I don't know how many people are working on it, but like... One thing I've always heard over the years with people that work for Blizzard is that they like get pulled from one project to go work on another, even if it's not like their main thing. Quite a bit. So maybe Blizzard's pulling people to work on add-on stuff. I don't know. I'm not on like dev watch of like, oh, do they have enough people? What's going on behind the scenes? I'm like, you know, it's up to them to succeed or fail, right? Yeah. I feel like you need to play beta to get an understanding of the changes so I can make an informed choice about what to play, but I hate buying the expensive version. At least if you're a healer, you don't have to, Aralta, because I'm just going to do all the research anyway. Yeah. Watch the streams. We're going to do streams like this where I'm like, going to look at everything for Holy Paladin, look at everything for Monk, mess around with the abilities, and just see how things are working. And then make content about it, you know? So, yeah, I'll do the homework. Never fear. The Xbox talents for Holy Pally, it's pretty cool. While in combat, you apply a beacon to the lowest health ally within 30 yards that causes your direct healing on others to also heal that ally for 30% of the amount. And that beacon will transfer to the lowest HP ally within 30 yards if it heals a target past max HP or if a different ally drops below 30%. Too bad I don't play DPS because Demo and Af get so many cool reworks. Yeah, but if I started making content on Warlock, I just run Kalamazoo out of business, you know? He needs it, man. I can't be taking that from him. Like, we trust you to give us good data? That's a code response. Oh, man. I think about everyone's been parroting, like 10 people are working on this. Yeah, and like, I don't know for sure, so who knows, right? It's kind of like irrelevant to me, because like either they do it or they don't, you know? Like, all this add-on stuff is like a train that's gonna go hit us. But just like in like Dragon Ball Z, the train's gonna take 6 episodes to get there, you know? The spirit bomb's gonna take 6 episodes to charge up and then slam down. And so I think everybody can kind of see the train crash happen if they don't if Blizzard doesn't do what they say they're gonna do, right? Yeah, the screams as well, the screams of pain and horror if the train crashes. Like, I think everybody knows that. And I think there's, I don't know, a lot of times, just in like a million different scenarios, right? Where, like, oh my god, if this doesn't happen, then everything goes kablooey, and, you know, they avoid the train crash. Spoiler alert, right? Never know what you're getting out of this stream, Joker. I appreciate it, Poggy. How fast the beacon switch targets? It can do it every 30 seconds, I think. Or no. Long comment, apply beacon. It either jumps, so it seems like you have one perma beacon up, and it will pry the lowest HP ally until they hit max HP or until somebody else drops below 30%. So it seems like it's just always up and always helping you. So, I got you, Orange. Glad you're enjoying it, bro. That's how I feel when playing Vengeance. Take you 6 dungeons to charge your power, then I go Monk Pally, they explode from first global. Hell yeah. HBL looking good. We're about to find out. Here's our deep dive. This is basically the deep dive day where I'm gonna do like Pally and Monk stuff, and I'm just gonna do all the research, right? Because the research isn't just like I play stuff and I just give my thoughts. It's also like I look at what other people do. I ask other people who are really informed about stuff. I ask them questions about it. Like I'm just doing homework basically. And this is the stuff I usually do off stream for when I make like tier lists and shit. But I was like, why don't I just do it on stream and then I can talk to you guys while I'm doing it and we get it done, you know? So that's the gist of it. Yeah. What do they know, Baze? What's their projections for how many players they lose due to add-on changes versus new players who stick around? Big driver of the change is that new players aren't sticky and they want to change that. No one gets to play if the game dies. Yeah, I mean, John was kind of mentioning it as well, Graham. I think you guys are spot on that, like, I don't think the add-on change is going to be the perfect thing that's going to, like, bring in new players, but I think it's a piece of the puzzle. It might even just go hand in hand with how complicated the game is, because if they make the game more simple so that new players can play it and there's less pressure to use the add-ons, then that's a pretty good combo. I don't know. I would love to be a fly in the wall in Blizzard and like find out their numbers and their research and everything like that about what they have going on, but who knows? These add-on changes are what killed WoW after 25 years. That would be crazy. And the unemployment line would not look good on me. So hopefully that doesn't happen. I hope that doesn't happen. What's going on, Helios? I don't think that many people will actually leave with the add-on changes. Yeah, I mean, if they didn't leave after the Shadowlands, dude, they're cooked. The only people I think are at risk are the mid-tier people who are extended beyond their abilities. It could happen, yeah. Yo, how you doing, Helios? Super casuals that keep going. The CE players don't actually need them. Yeah, the mid-tier CE guild is gonna be, some people are gonna be cut off. They're gonna be cut out, called out. There we go. Whew. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely some people that are a little bit more in the carried by add-ons conversation. There's always Maple Story. There you go. I was thinking I would be a Stardew Valley creator. I'd retire to my nice farm, live in peace like Thrall. But short WoW. There you go. Add-on change ain't gonna do anything with how spread out settings for one thing are. 5 places to find everything for a cooldown manager. It stresses me out. No way a new person would like that. That's also a fair point. It's also a fair point. Yeah, I mean, WoW players are honestly kind of the kings of adapting to changes and content and all that other fun stuff. I mean, I played RuneScape when I was 13. I'm no flame, but I'm honestly good. I'm actually good. People leaving over add-ons to be overly dramatic. Wait, what? What? Wait a minute. Skull, you think WoW players would be overly dramatic for no reason? Okay, sorry. It's gonna take some time to adjust. It will. WoW players dramatic? What? Have a hot take. Oh, I see PvP is in this paragraph. Oh no. Vader, my man, thank you for the 54 months. Appreciate you. Yeah, exclamation mark setup, Johnny boy. Yeah, the treadmill's pretty cheap. Standing desk can be kind of expensive. I have an uplift one, but if you're interested in one, you might also want to check out Secret Labs. Not sponsored by any of them. They got some affiliate links though. If you want those, great. If not, oh biggie. But finding the standing desk is usually going to be the big investment. But I love this stuff, man. They do the other thing, I'm leaving forever, then right back in a month. Oh man, I remember when Shadowlands dropped Skull, there were creators that were like, fuck Blizzard, I'm done, I'm leaving, I'm never coming back. And then they were doing like giveaways and shit for Dragonflight, and they're like, oh, I'm so excited for the expansion, it's gonna be so sick, ah. Oh my goodness. Yeah, Johnny boy, dude. Standing desk setup, insane. I love it. I've been doing it for almost a year now. I love it, dude. Highly recommend. Shadowlands actually did cause you to leave for 2 expansions. Well, there's a difference between leaving, taking a break, whatever, versus like, I'm gonna announce I'm never coming back. Blizzard has lost my money as a customer. Hate them, can't stand them. And then they come back like 8 months later. Oh, that shit's funny. Myself and a couple other creators always laugh at those people. You know. Shadowlands led more people being variety streamers. No, I think Shadowlands culled the weak streamers who couldn't play WoW. I mean, like, some people gave up. Some people were tired of it. And I get it. Like, some of the people that I think left, like Sloot, were already kind of like on their way out for WoW anyway. Because, you know, like, Sloot was one of my, like, best friends. And he was never really into M+. And, you know, the game just became more focused on M+, less on rating. So, for him, you know, it was, like, just choice of variety. But I think some people... actually, honest to God, a lot of people stopped streaming after Shadowlands because they got the old JOB. When it wasn't, like, COVID, lockdown, 0% interest rates, you know, free money type stuff going around... crypto doing fucking gangbusters. I don't know. There's just kind of this like free money period where you could stay at home and do whatever. And people tried it, and then people realized that like there's not that much money in streaming, and it's hyper competitive. So that's what I think a lot of it is. Yeah. Left in Kata, came back for War Within. Got to get Legion Remix and skip Shadowlands. That's the dream, man. That's the dream. I think Fellowship player count's gonna tank for a bit. And then whenever they do a reset and like a new update, it seems to me, I don't know for sure, I didn't ask them, but it seems to me that they're like gonna take some short-term L for a long-term W by not doing a reset this year and doing a reset next year. And that way they have more content to release and it can be like more hype. So I hope that they do another release or like official release in like January or something. And then that way we can play a little bit more Fellowship before Midnight comes out. Midnight comes out, you know, Fellowship's going to tank a bit. And then they can have another season for when season 1 of Midnight kind of falls off, right? Because it'll be, hopefully, a virtuous cycle. Problem with the solo queue at the moment is that there's like 4 leagues to queue between with Fellowship. And so you can't like do cross leagues, or you're not encouraged to do cross leagues. So there's a number of like solvable problems, I would say, KZ, that they could fix, but it probably just takes time because they have to like figure out how to do it properly, you know? They said they were planning to do the reset when they had new heroes ready. So yeah, that's the thing. They might take a short-term L. That's fine because they don't have a subscription program. It's a one-time buy game, you know? So they might tank for a little bit, and then the new season comes around, it'll be better, you know? I also think that a lot of WoW players didn't even play Fellowship on early access, and they'll probably start playing it as more heroes come out, as the game gets more polished, things like that. I am yapping today. All right. Yeah, so today is supposed to be our deep dive into Holy Paladin stuff. We got some pretty cool stuff going on for HPAL. So what Clarius wrote, this is all written by the guide writers, right? New talent, activating Aura Mastery, also cast a Divine Toll. Avenging Wrath's cooldown is reduced by 30 seconds, but its duration is reduced by 5. Avenging Crusader's cooldown is reduced by 30 seconds, but its duration is reduced by 3. While Avenging Wrath's not active, you gain Mastery. While Avenging Wrath is active, you gain movement speed. No Crusader Strike, no Kick, no Blessing of Summer, no Merciful Auras. No, I did not level 80 to 90 on beta. Nope. Getting there, Thomas. How's it going, man? Yeah, so Virtue is the same in everything name. I don't know if I answered that or not. Yeah, as long as Fellowship's timing their stuff in between WoW seasons, I think it's going to be in a really good win-win scenario. Yeah, so like there's not that many people in Contender anymore, Marvin, because they just moved on from that rank, went to another rank. Chained, thank you for the 32 months, dude. My struggle is solo queue as a healer and Fellowship Adept. Can't seem to get a group that can time the capstone. Yeah. And that Adept capstone is not a healer capstone dungeon. There's really not a lot of healer checks in Heart of Tazari. It's really just all about your DPS hitting the right targets. Yep. Alright. So they got rid of Crusader Strike, Rebuke, Blessing of Summer, Merciful Auras. Awakening no longer procs Avenging Wrath. Okay. So basically your spenders just cause your next judgment to deal more damage and crit strike. Wait, activating Avenging... I'm gonna check this again. While in combat, your spenders have a chance to cause your next judgment to deal damage and crit strike. Activating Avenging Wrath activates Awakening. Oh, interesting. So it doesn't actually proc wings. Yeah, a whole bunch, Natty. What's going on? Who's the handsome boy in the photo back of my desk? This is a 3D print. This is a 3D print that one of my viewers made for me 4 years ago, 5 years ago, a while ago. But it's from like one of my commentary events, and he like 3D printed it and everything like that. So it's one of my favorite gifts from the community. So I'm keeping it on the desk. Yeah. I guess it looks kind of weird to have a picture of myself on my own desk. I need to put that on a shelf or something. But it's a really cool gift, so I want to have it, you know, somewhere in the background, right? No keys yet for beta. Narcissism indicator. It was a cool gift. I realized it could kind of look that way. It's fine. You guys just got to send me other stuff, and I'll put it in the background. It's my twin brother from OnlyFans. There you go. Sit down and say, wow, look at me. I mean, it's behind me, though, okay? I have to, like, turn around to go... It's just a stream background decoration, all right? It's just a little decoration. Yeah. So what I think is going to happen, KZ, is they're going to, like, encourage higher level players to do contender league and adept league and like lower level content by like giving them rewards. But we'll see. We'll see. All right, so Holy Shock and Judgment had their cooldowns reduced. Hammer of Wrath got merged with Judgment, so you basically just toss out a Hammer of Wrath while you have wings up. Light of Dawn is no longer capped to 5 players, and it's not a frontal cone, but heals everyone in a 40-yard radius, which makes it the best holy power spender in raids. Whew. Heals injured allies within a 40-yard radius around you. You just fart that healing everywhere on everyone. Crusader's Might causes Holy Shock to reduce the cooldown of Judgment. Divine Toll and Holy Prism are now in a choice node, so you can only get one of them. Holy Light no longer consumes or benefits from infusion. And Empyrean Legacy no longer has a cooldown, but only procs from Judgment crits. So, it's actually over here. So you kind of want to have like Empyrean... You want to have like Empyrean Legacy and Awakening together if you were going to run them together. Damage rotation Rage Pally. Shock, Judgment, Shield of the Righteous. Something like that. Something along those lines. More AoE healing going on. What are generally single target heals? In what case for Pally? All right. God, some of these towns are so weird. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe you would want to invest 2 points in getting a 30-second reduced cooldown, but 8 seconds less duration. Which probably looks fun. H probably looks less fun. I guess we'll have to find out. I guess everyone's going to have to watch the videos when we make them. I don't know. Do we want to have a minute and a half cooldown on it, but only last 12 seconds? Starting a podcast? Maybe like an impromptu one. I'll have some like experts on and everything like that, but I always feel like having a long-term podcast would kind of suck with WoW, because when there's times where it's like dead, it's just tough. It's just tough. Damn, 1 point for 30% more Holy Light healing, but the mana cost increased by 20%. Ugh. I feel like you would want inflow a lot. Yeah, this 2-pointer feels so expensive, Sliver. The potty B. No, I want it to be the potty A. I want it to be A tier, man. I want it to be A tier. Do I want to have the Judgment crits activate my next Word of Glory to activate Light of Dawn? I mean, that sounds like it'd be kind of good. Potty S? I mean, Potty S kind of seems like potty shit, you know? So, like, I don't know if I would want to go down that path. But I understand where you're coming from. I dropped it. It's not that far away. Come here, Orb. There we go. I got it. What up, Tusk? Life's going pretty good. Life's going pretty good. We are just yapping about the add-on changes today, messing around with Holy Paladin talents, getting a nice little review as to where the spec stands and what people like and hate about it, and going from there. All right, so what do you think are the biggest questions with H-Pal players? With the H-Pallers. Oh, spoiler alert. Spoiler alert. You guys are getting to look at my secret notes. All right. Jacking on cam, get great podcast name. You're crazy. Oh my goodness. H. Paller. Midnight questions vibes. All right. Biggest dubs. Biggest L's. Biggest questions. What are spenders now? Oh, good question. Holy Power Builders. All right. We'll take it piece by piece here. Piece by piece. Builders, Shock, Judgment, Slash, Hammer of Wrath, which is rolled into it. Divine Toll, Slash, Prism. Now 3 Holy Power. Am I missing anything? Is that it? Oh yeah, Flash and Holy Light. Flash. Where is that talent? It's like Tower of Radiance or something like that. Isn't it like... Oh, Tower Radiance is built in now? You're right, it is. Okay. Good call. What about Holy Light? Yeah. Flash and Holy Light. Nice. Good call, good call. No more Tower of Radiance. I'll make more notes. L, no more CS. No more CS. Oh yeah, we'll definitely put Rising Sunlight Butchered. So, just for... So previous Rising Sunlight, after casting your Wrath, your next shocks will cast additional times. That was the old version. It would generate a lot of extra holy power. Now this time around, your healing is increased by up to 10% based on the average health percentage of allies with your Beacon of Light. So actually, let me just turn this on real fast. Because I'd have to imagine you're only getting a healing buff when you activate your virtue, right? I was like hoping to see a buff. But yeah, either way, to your point, McFaddy, yeah. Talent bad. I'll just even put talent bad. Because allies are often high HP with Beacon, or soon will be. In an overall environment where player HP gets pushed up fast. There you go. The book icon buff. Sign of the Warrior? Is that what you're talking about? Final boss of each war within dungeon drop stuff. This is Glistening Radiance. It's an absorb. That's from right here. Yeah, it's basically like Shaman Mastery Glue. Yep. Raid is trash. Run Plus is encouraging you to wait for group-wide damage. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Could be something if you're expecting to take some, like, big chunk of damage, followed up by, like, big follow-up hits. Maybe, Nubakaj, I think. would be a good one in Dawnbreaker. Is that right? I think it is called the Nubakash. But you know the Dawnbreaker boss, I mean. What's the interrupt replacement town? Is it this one? Or no, it's Armory of the Light, right? Blocking spells. Isn't this gonna be like really powerful? Why does Shaman keep their interrupts? Because historically they do. So Shaman, Resto Shaman's had an interrupt forever, and they want to keep it because of the fantasy or something. And so they just made it 30 seconds. I think even when other healers did not have interrupts, like in Shadowlands, Resto Shaman still kept their interrupt. Yeah. Because class fantasy. Yeah, that may not be too bad, Chop. I mean, they could always, like, buff the talent, though. But yeah, I mean, basically, if something existed in vanilla, it's basically golden. It'll never get removed. Unless it's on Priest, like Fear Ward, then it gets removed, and also fuck you, Priests. Also, Priests have worse mobility than they had in Mop. Nah, I don't like your answer. I mean, that's tough. Heal, we lost heal. True. No more healing for Holy Priests. Yeah. Did not want to give Shamans another defensive, but Interrupt now gives 15% all spell DR. I mean, it gave a bunch, but it was like school specific before Lazy, so like they lost a defensive, and their kick is worse. They just kind of made the kick DR like slightly better. The thing is, it was like a magic school dependent on the previous damage reduction one lion, which worked just fine because most of the time you kick a shadow spell, you're fighting enemies that do shadow damage to you, you know? So they made it like slightly more universal, but like wasn't that big of a deal. What am I looking at? Endless Gleam? Oh yeah, Dawn Light's durations increased by half a second when it heals an ally with full HP. Oof. Neat. Kind of terrible for raids. Yeah, you know. Yay, overhealing. Keeping class fantasy is hard in a world where people think they need specific classes in their 13 because they saw their favorite streamer do that. Oh, so you're saying it's my fault, Sniper. Okay. Yeah, that's fair. Stripping player agency is never good. Should have just normalized healers, giving each of them a kick at roughly the same timer. Solo content without a kick is not going to be fun at all. Kind of telling that to a priest player. I don't know if you're going to get much sympathy from me as a priest player. The other thing I would argue is that would I like to have had a kick? I'd actually rather everybody not have kicks. Yeah. I'd actually rather not have kicks at all. Yeah. Because basically what happens is they design the game in mind with how many interrupts the player base has, you know? And so if every healer has a kick, then they're going to design dungeons to have more kicks, which is exactly what War Within dungeons are like. What I want them to do is I want them to change that environment so that there's actually less kicks required. And in the process, that means that they will just take healer kicks away and hopefully make less kicks for the monsters. Hopefully. Yeah. Any tips on getting into M+, trying to get into it as a tank? The only thing that happens is I get people to tell you to off yourself. Oh, shit. I think the biggest thing I would try to do is try to find a, like, social guild. And see if you can find, like, a community to do keys with. There's a community called, like, WoW Made Easy, which might be a good start. Some streamer I recall saying your DPS have gaslit you into wanting to kick. It's true, I just want to heal. Yep, exactly. Bunch of bum DPS players are masquerading as healers, acting like they want healers to have kicks, and acting like they're the healers that want the kicks. When in reality, they're just damage dealing players that want to focus on dealing damage as much as they possibly can so that they don't have to kick. We have been infiltrated by these damage dealing players, trying to make us kick for them. And if we don't kick, then it's our fault, not theirs. We need to root out all these damage dealing heretics. I had to get that off my chest, I'm sorry. New talent, dumb DPS. Take control of your useless DPS and make them kick the cast that's about to kill them. Usable so long as a kick is available. Sounds perfect, Harper. I want to be like Plankton in SpongeBob's brain and then have like the little controls stuck into their brain and like, yes, yes, yes. Kick all this stuff for them. Use their defensives for them too. Might as well play the game for them while we're at it. Cannot believe it. I just want to heal, bro. I just want to heal. Jack sending healers to march on Blizz HQ. Date January 6, 2026. I'm doing great, Skeelix. We're just yapping today, alright? We're just yapping. Never understood why they made Pummel have a long cooldown, because why do I need more than 6 seconds to punch somebody again? Maybe you just are so large and girthy that it takes some time to recover, you know? It's kind of like if you do like burpees or something like that, how quickly you can do them. I don't know. To be honest, it's nice to have a really low kick CD as a shaman. When it's not, it's just more pressure in an already stressful environment where every GCD can save or kill an ally. Yeah. Yeah, you ever seen, what is it, Mission Impossible? Which one was it? Was it Mission Impossible 4 or 5? Where it was Tom Cruise, of course, and then they had Henry Cavill as one of the other, like, agents. And then there's, like, this fight scene, and he, like, reloads his arm as he gets ready for the fight. It's, like, a famous scene. I'm sure you guys have seen it. They're fighting in the bathroom as well against, like, the karate master or something. It's like that. They got to reload their arm. Whew. Kind of feel like before Kata, there's tons of talents that are already cutting spells. We'll probably get some big changes next week for talents. And then more after that once we've had some raid testing. I think it'd be something like that. His beard grew too. Dude reloaded his manlyhood. Elsmere says he wants a kick because it gives him something to do, especially now since H Pally has no filler except for Flash Shield. Well, that's tough. No kicks allowed. See, the nice thing about it now is that, like, you don't have to argue with anybody about it because Blizzard's already said they're going in this direction. So, like, arguing over it is just irrelevant. They're like, oh, I think we should do, you know, we should get kicks. I'm like, oh, no, it's not happening. Sorry. It's over. It's like people still arguing about, like, the Brutosaur mounts and all the, like, store items, the store items for housing as well. I'm like, bro, we lost that argument like 10 years ago with all the microtransactions and all the money. Blizzard can always change their minds. Yeah, Blizzard changed their mind about the add-on situation, Alstadi. Look at what happened there. Look what happened there, bro. You want them to change their mind again? You want to see what happens? You want to keep testing them? You know what's great about cosmetics being in the cash shop? You don't have to buy them. No, you do, Husky. You do, or your family explodes. You didn't need a $90 mount to enjoy the game? Well, I did, and that's why I bought it. That's why I bought it. I did it so I could flex on people saying, anybody have an auction house mount? Be like, oh, yes, I do, in fact. Which one would you like? The one with the mailbox or one without the mailbox? $120 if they make a snow leopard mount. There you go. Is there not any snow leopard mount in the game? You think they'd at least be consistent and take healer kicks from all healers, not have a shaman meta like in Shadowlands? Okay. The shaman meta in Shadowlands was not because they had a kick. These arguments might work with your guild, but they're not gonna work with me. Because I was there. I was there. Thank you, chat. It was Vesper Totem. Certainly didn't hurt, but that's different. It was because of Vesper Totem. It was because healers were glorified 4th DPS players, okay? You press the Vesper Totem button, you did infinite damage, you win. But what broke the cycle? Because that Vesper Totem didn't last forever as being the best option. Resto Shaman didn't last forever as being the best option in Shadowlands. Exactly, Ark. Then we had Season 3 with Encrypted. And Season 3 brought around initially Boon of the Ascended Priest, mainly Disc, but there were some holies that were playing there. And then at the end of Season 3 into Season 4 was actually where the... What was it called? I know it. It's like the Fey Guardians. Fey Guardians is actually what it was called. There you go. Fey Guardians came around, gave cooldown reduction. You use a cooldown reduction on the mage. They popped off. Shaman having consistent kick on a fast timer has always been a good reason to take them when you look at dungeon applications. Yes, but that's not the primary reason why they were meta. Like, I could be like, guys, Paladin is meta because it brings damage reduction and bop, and like bop's universal. Guys, look at me, like it's the best. Like, that's just not true. People like doing this argument of like, take utility from a class, find a universal application to it, and then say it's meta because of that. And that's not how the game works. It's like, oh yeah, like priest is meta because master spell. Like, oh, how applicable to, you know, is that deciding the meta or is it not deciding the meta? Yes, everything's additive, Poggy, right? Priest had power infusion. Was that the number one reason? No, I'd argue the number one reason was Fey Guardians, giving cooldown reduction, and then PI on top of it sealed the equation because it then became the highest damage dealing healer. So I think both of those together was the reason, but I don't think it was like master spell in certain dungeons or Shaman having a kick on its own and that's why they're meta or something. It's like you're taking a supporting reason or even an unrelated reason and attributing that as to why the spec's meta. And that's just not the case. Like, Shaman was meta in Shadowlands because of Vesper Totem doing infinite damage. Some healers need less to be meta. Monk needs to be turbo boosted. Sure. That's a different conversation, but that's true. You are correct about that. Yeah, I mean, like, the last time Monk was actually, like, really meta was, like, Dragonflight Season 3. And Monk was playing with magic comps, if I remember correctly. He was playing with like, VDH and shit. It was, like, the only one doing much physical damage whatsoever. But it just did infinite healing in Dragonflight Season 3. That was, like, the easy season in Dragonflight. And it met every heal check. It had good survivability. It just blasted turbo amounts of healing, you know? But each expansion challenges you in different ways and different reasons for why a spec is meta. You know, Shadowlands largely was healer damage. Dragonflight was like raw output, HPS checks. Druid at the end of Dragonflight being able to heal Khajiit in Halls of Infusion. Mistweaver being able to heal all the big checks in dungeons like Everbloom, for example. Those had some nasty ones in Season 3. You know, it just varies each time as to like why something's meta. But it triggers me when someone's like, oh, they had a kick and they were meta. It's because they had a kick. It's like, no, it wasn't. Come on. Exactly, Jake. If kicks mattered, why was this meta for 2 seasons in Shadowlands? Broke the game on your priest to cast PI and 2 different DPS at the same time. The second boss in our card during Lust. I'm calling Ian. Chaos, thank you for the 68 months. Day Hall's infusion comes back to the day. I'll take a shotgun to the face. Dude, that's graphic, man. Chill. Well, we had it twice in an expansion. I don't think it's coming around for a while. We can all agree that Holy Priest won't be meta. Yeah. You never know. That Holy Priest Serenity talent's pretty good. It was pretty good. All right. M Plus is not available on beta yet. Might be next week. I don't know if they even confirmed it next week. But it's coming soon. Dude, baseline piety is insane, Clement. I kind of hope they remove it, to be honest. We'll see, though. We'll see, we'll see. X2 and 3, limited raid testing, Voidspire, Dream Rift, Martian Quel'Thanas, updated Transmog, M+. There you go. Nice. Probably the issue of being bad at quickly healing 5 people. Yeah. And that's a pretty major reason to not be meta. Yep. Yep. I think if you like fully level to max, it would be Trucker. Yeah. Show more dungeons with gimmicks like Shadowlands, playing Urns and Sanguine, Casters and Plaguefall. I like the Canisters and Sanguine Depths a lot. I'm with you, dude. That shit was fun. That shit was really fun. We can check about the Omni tokens. That'll be in the game right now. We lost track. Isn't it? Yeah. Curio off the March of Quel'Thanas boss. Chest tier off the 1 boss raid. And no Curio. Retrieving item information. Head. Legs. Shoulders. Hands. Dang, so you gotta go... You gotta go to the 1 bosser? Or no. Yeah, you gotta go to the 1 bosser to get the chest here. Not yet, Harbor. Not yet. Nah, we've been getting off topic. Yeah, they might have to change it or something, Faye. Might have to change it or something. I mean, they're gonna make a reason. Yeah, they're gonna make you clear that raid, and it's an easy thing for them to change the like loot on bosses and stuff. All right, did I let me resort through all of these tabs I have. Oh shit, one sec. No. All right. Okay, cool. Sorry, I had a meeting thing. H Valley vibes? I'm kind of curious about that too. Bunch of L's that people have been talking about so far. I would say biggest W's. Light of Dawn, crazy range, and no more positional requirements. Breaking Dawn just is a flat increase to Light of Dawn healing, which is nice. I would say Flash feeling strong. If you run Crusader's Might, your Holy Shock reduces the cooldown of Judgment by 3 seconds. So you have 2 charges of Shock on a 5-second cooldown, and then you have a 5.5-second cooldown on your Judgment with Haste. So it should be pretty fast. So it'd be like lowered CDs on Judgment and Shock, make for more casts of builders rather than passive. Rising Sunlight. You still have Glorious Dawn. It's more cast of the builders rather than passive generation. So, yeah, Judgment's like really, really good. Judgment's like really, really good now. Because if you have Wings up, it also turns into a Hammer of Wrath. Turns into Hammer of Wrath. Would it be a bad thing if your tier set was time gated and top raiders didn't have it instantly? I feel like casual players would hate that. Because if it takes elite raiders, multiple weeks to get their tier set, then it would take, a month plus for non-elite raiders. I think they would hate that really bad. Yeah. It seems like mana's going to be a lot better. I dropped the ball. It's over. You could make Wings a minute 30, but it comes at the cost of 8 seconds of duration, which I don't know if you'd want to do. You either have 20 seconds of duration in a 2-minute, or you can have 12 seconds of duration in a minute and a half. And it's 2 points that you could have put into other things. I think that opportunity cost is like a little bit too high. Yeah. Yeah, it's over, Esamir. We're chalked. But I think a lot of talents that are like amping up your flash, amping up your single target healing, Light of Dawn just being easy, like spew overall healing, Roma Seraphic Barrier. Like, let me cook for a second. I really don't want Awakening, but I feel like if you run Awakening, you might as well run Empyrean Legacy. Other talents are not as hype. The complaint there are a lot of talent bloat. Would you say Midnight's addressed that? In a lot of ways, yeah. The bloat is especially, I don't know, deadly, frustrating, or whatever. And when you have multiple different talents that you have to juggle and think about in order to make your decisions for like what buttons you push. Like, that's really like the main issue of War Within, is when you have so many different things to juggle between to think about when you're playing, that it becomes just difficult to play, That's what you liked about War Within? I mean, I'm honestly not too worried about it, though. Because it sort of came at the expense of, like, you would do, good healing, for example, if you stacked a bunch of healing cooldowns on top of each other and a bunch of synergies on top of each other, and then like played that perfectly. But it also came at the expense that your sustained healing was awful. And so people take damage, you don't have cooldowns up, you can't do anything about it, you know? Your heals are just so much weaker, so much less effective. So I kind of like it a lot. Because it brings us back to a point where it feels like your sustained healing matters and your decision making with sustained healing matters a lot. And so hopefully, when there's big damage happening, you can actually, you know, still keep somebody alive even if you don't have healing cooldowns up. So it seems like slightly better today, Demon. I haven't had too many issues. Yeah. I mean, in the case of like Holy Priest, like Shadow Word Pain was only worth pressing if you were moving and there was no other globals to press. Heal was only worth pressing if you needed to stall and there was like nothing to do. And that would give you Serenities, but you could also just smite instead. So I don't mind removing that. Empowered Renew was the only reason that Renew was worth casting. Before then, when Renew did not have a cooldown, it was this like noob trap ability that for, I shit you not, like a decade I told people. Like I literally been making guides for such a long time that I've been telling people not to cast Renew for like 10 years. And people would still do it, and it would be like the most obvious sign that somebody didn't read a guide. And now they removed it. So I'm like, that owns. Great. You know? My biggest disconnect was either mistargeting mobs or being dragged out of range. That builder I was planning on spending wasn't there. Then removing the extra range going into War Within was enough. Oh. You always felt like much more work dealing with melee and building holy power when compared to monk, and more punishing when you screwed up. That can happen, yeah. Caught. First time I was like, you're not serious, then tried without the CD and came back with shame. Yeah. 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 So it seems like Cell will be supported, but it also looks like most combat add-ons are going to be meaningfully reduced in some ways. So some stuff that's almost certainly gone is like that raid debuffs tab in Cell, where you can click specific raid debuffs and highlight them or emphasize them or make your frames glow. Unfortunately, that looks like it's going to be killed with prejudice. They don't like that shit. They don't like that shit, which is unfortunate because I like it a lot. It makes my life so much easier as a healer. But it's too powerful. It's too powerful. I don't know. Do I have a turnip? Surely I do, right? I don't know if our damage rotation is straight fucked as Holy Paladins. I just straight up cannot. Huh? No Hearthstone toys?
I can't use that item yet.
So mouse buttons can be used in Priest and Pally? What? The removal kicks, how will that affect cat weaving with druid healers? They won't be able to hit their kick and instantly charge the target or anything like that anymore. But they can still use like their fluid form. Yeah. Ooh, still lagging. Oh yeah, that's some good lag. That's some good lag. Did I read that right? Where is this chat? Why is my Hammer of Wrath generating 2 holy power? Is it generating an additional or... Oh, maybe it's an infusion proc? I don't think so. Oh, maybe it is. Okay. Wait, but that one just did. Oh, maybe it's on like Judgment crits. I really... There we go. So it's definitely infusion. Alright, so it's definitely infusion. New nameplates? I actually don't really mind the nameplates because that's kind of all I need as a healer. But I'm sure it's a lot worse for like tanks or DPS. Because they gotta kick stuff and I don't. Like click casting is still gonna work with add-ons and stuff, Gohi. You can still use them. Platinator as a lightweight, easy to customize nameplate add-on. Huh. So it doesn't look like Cell is gonna just be killed or anything like that. We read we took some time to go over this article earlier today, and the TLDR to it is that they are basically making it so that the add-ons cannot do more than what the base UI does. So nameplate add-ons, LVUI, plater, cell, whatever it is, it theoretically could exist, but it can't do more than the base UI. Some add-ons may not continue because like the way they were made, it's kind of like if you could make a path to the amazing castle with the princess and stuff, but you could choose the route to go through the woods or through the mountains or through the plains, and they blocked off the path through the mountains. Well, some of the people who make something like, I don't know, LVUI might have taken that path through the mountains, and now it's blocked off. So they might have to redesign the add-on based on going through the plains or going through the woods or something like that, but it might be more work and they may not do it at all. So that makes sense. So you might just have brand new versions of Plater or LVUI or whatever it is. Details is still going to exist, man. Details isn't going away. The in-game DPS meter doesn't even work. I mean, it's easy to say that it sucks, but yeah, it doesn't even work right now. Oh. It hit the fan. This the ceiling's pretty low, unfortunately. Not my favorite thing. Trade Skill Master should still be the same. It's not a combat add-on. I definitely am not, John. Unfortunately. That would be a lot of fun. LVY gonna die? Maybe if they stop developing it. But a lot of like pieces of LVY could still be like brought forward, basically. I don't, Eli. Is the ceiling low or are you like me and just too tall? I mean, I'm 6'4", but the ceiling is like 7.5. It's probably like 8 or 9 feet. I wish it was like 10 or 12, but you know. Ceiling could be higher. I am 6'4". Go to BlizzCon, you'll find out. Let's see. Inviting you? Yeah, sure, man. Fly you out, baby. Like, look at the baby, JB. Change look at uniframes? It looks like it, yeah. It looks like it. I was 105 weeks ago, 2 years ago. That's right. I know, I wish I had a better, like, more zoomed out version of that picture with him, but what can you do? You know. He always looked like... Who, me? Or JB? Oh, JB. He always looked like he was going to go out to the club. I mean, it's just a button up. Just a little button up. Half his chest is showing. Listen, there's just hairy men out there. It just happens, man. Guys have hair. It's part of our bodies. We don't need to be objectified. Damage rotation's honestly fine as H-Pal, because your infusion procs are giving you 2 holy power off your judgment hits. So 4 holy power, hit judgment, hit holy shock, hit judgment, hit holy shock, hit a Crusader Strike, hit judgment, hit holy shock, hit Shield of the Righteous. I don't know, I feel like I always have shit to do. Not in wings. I don't want a back-to-back holy shock if I can help it. Because your Shield of the Righteous is also reducing the cooldown of your judgment. How much? It says it reduces the cooldown of Holy Shock, but it's also reducing the cooldown of Judgment. Or, no, I guess not. Oh, I see. Alright, only reducing the cooldown out of your Holy Shock. And then Holy Shock reduces the cooldown of your Judgment.
To tune in. It's been a while.
Yo, Eligo. Thank you for the 2 months. Appreciate you. So yeah, as long as I'm not like fucking up the rotation. I mean, I'm kind of fucking up a little bit because of lag. Doing another round of restarts to pick up some more performance improvements. Back shortly. Huh. I don't know. Damage rotation seems fine. Damage rotation seems fine as H-Pal. Even without popping wings, I feel like I can still push the buttons I want to push. Caster changes to Monk to get a caster build in M+. Maybe not an optimal one, but you could probably make one. Yeah. I think H-Pally from like the damage side's okay, yeah. Where's our notes? I would say damage rotation made out of shock, which gives judgment, CDR, into SOTR, which gives shock, CDR. Seems like a chill, easy feedback loop. 3-button damage rotation, not bad for a healer. That's basically what most healers have. Ah, dude, I need him bad, Eli. I feel you, man. I feel you. So yeah, I'm not worried about the damage rotation side. I like how Flash feels strong. I mean, Holy Light. God, that's chunk in your mana. It's healing for 20k, 30k. Alright, so you're healing for like 20-30% of your HP bar. Still pretty damn good. Yeah. Oh, dude, I know, Eli. It requires a lot of farming, man. Oh, that's right. I have my slow cooker. I'm like, what smells? I'm making some Korean beef in the slow cooker, and I was like, what am I smelling? Who's cooking in my house? I am. I'm fucking dumb. Yo, Tic Tacs, thank you for giving the gift of the sub to Banana Joe. Oh, man. Yeah, it, like, freaked me out because I just smell it because the kitchen's right over there. It's like, and that's also where the door is. I forgot, man. It's a sign of Alzheimer's. You know, you're not wrong. I'm having a stroke. I smell toast. As a Shaman main, it's always a mindset shift to me to remember H Valley's slower heal is their mana inefficient one. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I know what you mean, man. It's very, very strange. Coming from Shaman. That's the joy of playing different healers. Yep. I don't know, you just put it in there and you forget about it, and then suddenly food pops up. It's magic. Far enough to pull out stuff for an entirely different dinner before remembering the slow cooker was going? Yeah. Well, it's like, you know when you prep a bunch of beef, right? You toss it into, you know, a container or whatever before you cook it, and then it starts kind of like bleeding, getting all bloody and everything on the outside. The juices are kind of leaking out. And I like was looking through my fridge and I was like, yeah, I'm kind of hungry. And then I just saw like a bag of blood. And I was like, what the hell is this? I'm like, oh, this is all the beef I prepped, you know, 2 nights ago or whatever it was. Yeah. See the one post on Twitter from Honolulu about the shaman who blue parsed by pressing 1 flame shock? That's great. Dude, shamans are like legendary for not doing damage, man. I remember Rignaros, when I raided with him, would yell at our shaman so much because he just refused to press flame shock. It was insane. Sure, I don't have a Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde thing going on. I think I've had that going on for like 31 years now, and it seems to be working out okay. But if there was like a third-party favory, then I'd be worried. Yeah. Oh, on live right now, Bleck? Yeah. Yeah, you would double Radiance. Yeah. 6k damage done in blue parse is wild. I mean, those shamans, man, they hate damaging. They hate damaging. What can I say? Okay, before they turn off the servers on us. Yeah, they nerfed down in the Apex town for Holy Paladins. I forgot about that. They made it so that every 8 seconds, or when your beacon goes to a new target, it's a 6k absorb that reduces damage taken by 10%. And for reference, I have 100k HP, so it's not that much of an absorb. Yeah, servers are going to restart in 9 minutes. Because apparently the lag is so bad they got to restart it. Don't know where they're at in Silvermoon, but you could always ask the guards. Reminds me of that one quote from Dorky where he went, healers fucking hate jobs. They just want to do one thing and it's disgusting. They just want to fill HP bars. But that's the thing though, man. DPS just want to do one job and that's empty those bars, alright? People are just mad when healers get what they want. Because we have a strong union. Disc hero talents, they're pretty good. I'm glad they made it. Powered shield and the void shield share the same cooldown. It was a little too insane without it. Yeah. Selling beta was a mistake if they're not going to ramp up capacity. Like all the lag is the number of people in an area. Yeah. Yep. But, you know, this community, as I'm sure you already know, Jake, it's like we're used to that stuff where they'll tolerate it. But if you want to do both, well, you're going to powered shield 3 people with the void shield, so it's pretty damn good. Oh, if you mean you want to do both damage and interrupts and stuff? Well, Legion Legion Classics, you know, around the corner. You can go do that. Or you can go play War Within a little while longer. As damage, I also want to make your healer happy by giving them a health bar to heal. That's why I stand in things and don't interrupt. So based. So based. Eh. Okay, healers unionize or rebel is going to be glorious. I think we got a pretty strong advocacy group. We don't have uniformity yet, but we'll get there. I'm spreading my propaganda as fast as I can. You can go bother other healer streamers and be like, Jack said this. What do you think, streamer? And then bully them if they don't agree. Just make up stuff too. Sounds perfect. Like Shaman that kept wind shear. Yeah, but like that same thing happened in Shadowlands. Actually, I wonder, is there a way to find out what the Shaman... I'm just gonna ask Thune. Fuck it, what am I thinking? Thune... What was the CD of Wind Shear in Shadowlands? Let's just fuck it, ask him. Was it 12 seconds in Shadowlands? You gotta make a choice, Eli. Alright. Honorary healer in disguise, can I join the movement? This is the Blades or this is Parthenax. You gotta choose one, man. You gotta choose. Soft rank for healers. Some of the healers are incomplete by a pretty large margin. I think our druid looks pretty complete. Holy priest looks pretty complete. Some things like that, you know. All were 30 seconds at one point. I'm gonna ask Thune and see what he says. Get his 2 cents on it. I think Blizzard simplifying the game is actually a big W. Yeah. Yeah. I think most people never really hit like 100% output or anything like that, or even close to it. And bringing the disparity a little bit tighter is just going to be a good thing. Like, yeah, maybe, like, I think it's even difficult for world first raters to reach 100% output perfection and everything like that. And it might be a little bit easier for them to do that now, but like, that's tough. Game's not designed for them, should be designed for everybody else. I think the like skill gap is much wider than a lot of people believe. And a lot of people don't really view WoW as complicated anymore because they've played it for a long time. But oh my god, it is. Oh my god, it is. Like, Fellowship doesn't even have that extreme amount of buttons or anything, and there's still so many things that like highlight a skill gap between players. And a lot of times it's just like awareness, you know? Overall like awareness for like what's going on around you. So I played everything in alpha. There's been a couple changes for healers in beta, but not a lot. So I'm just kind of having like more focused days where I do a bunch of research and take notes and stuff like that. So if you have a question on something, I could probably answer it. Yeah. Came back from the game after not playing from BFA, and it's crazy how much more complex that most basic classes are. Yep. Yeah. You have friends who played up to 7s, didn't raid, and said, WoW's too easy. And then they turned around and said, Final Fantasy's peak difficulty. Oh, God. I bet that they just really like me in Catboys and stuff, Favory, and that's why they say it. Yep. Watching so many DPS tunnel rotations and stand and stuff, not interrupt and blame the healers. Yeah, exactly. Shush, that was fast too. Yeah. I think from what I've understood with Mistweaver, and we'll like deep dive it soon. We'll probably deep dive it after the reset. Servers are about to go down. But from what I've heard, a lot of people are not that happy about the no kick for Mistweaver, which, you know, whatever. And they're not happy about what the raid build is looking like. Those are some of the biggest complaints I've seen so far, but I'll see if there's any others. They have not said when the damage meters are out, but, you know, it's Blizzard. It's soon. It's just not fun to have to prep all these buffs to make your buttons actually do things. Facts, Tobias. So fucking true, man. It's an interrupt, sign the priest player. Yeah, basically. They're like, how am I going to do world content? I'm like, don't worry, sweetheart. You'll be fine. It'll be okay. If I was able to survive as a priest, everyone else can survive. Everyone else can survive. That's why healers of thick skin are generally an asshole. This is the way. Wait, but not me, right? Everything in the talent tree is passing. Why have such a big talent tree if you don't have new buttons to press? I don't think we need to have this big of a talent tree, to be honest. Yeah, I don't really think we need to have this many talent points. Now, I don't want to go down to like 9 points like we had before, but I don't think we need like, I don't know, was this like 50 or something like that? I'd be the one to have to tell you this. What do you mean, John? Yeah, like Monk still is going to have Ring of Peace. They're still going to have their paralysis. They're going to have leg sweep. Yeah, they're like, what? Max Club. It's so funny. It's going to be like the SpongeBob episode where Patrick gets like his, what was it? It's like his ice cream sundae gets taken away. And he's like, you took this from me. Now I'm going to starve. And he's just like crazy ass overweight or anything. It's like the monks be like, how am I going to stop a mob? I don't have kick. I just only have ring, sweep, and paralysis. No. Oh, man. It's tough life. It's tough life for those monks, man. Alright, server's resetting. Monks press pair to begin with. Ah, good ones do. Good ones do. Oh, 5 rows, it's 3 talents you get to choose between. I mean, I wouldn't mind, but I think they could go a little bit better than that. A little better. I think it's going to feel weird fist weaving as a monk, being in melee without an interrupt. Well, if you ever want to get used to not having an interrupt, you can always play priest. Purge the Mistweavers and the Rat Druids. Let's go. Oh, man. Yeah, I have electrolytes. Being a Pally and not having actually melee abilities. Yeah, I mean, Pally's now like a mid-range healer. Yeah. I think Shaman's going to feel better now that it has Unleash back. And they're kind of like pushing you to like Riptide, Chain Heal during your Ascendant some more with the changes they made. So it'll be like, I don't know. Shaman's still going to be piss easy. But there's a little bit of thought getting put back into it. And I think that's fine. I think that'll be all right. Next week is going to be like the big week. That's probably when we're going to like stream insane hours and do a bunch of M+ testing, raid testing. That's also when we're going to have our, what is it, like 8-year partner anniversary or something with Twitch. Something ridiculous. Yeah. Well, the thing is, I don't think that, I don't know, Totemic Shaman was like super engaging and super interesting. Most of the fun was like using the 1,000,001 crowd control abilities or something in conjunction with them, you know? Look at your badge. True. Oh, what is this? Got a bunch of badges, actually. $108 months. Oof. Woof. Yep. What is that? 108 divided by 12. 9 years. God, it's going to be the 9-year anniversary. Yep. Long ass time, guys. Shaman main will never talented to unleash. Hate that spell. Well, that'll be the nice thing is you don't have to. You won't have to. Don't you though for the tier? Maybe. Oh, I guess you do have to then. Yep. Well, you can always go play something else, guys. I don't know. No, you're right. It's like, I don't know, guys. Get over it. It's like 4 buttons for Shaman. How can you be upset about it? I don't know. I guess I'm not the most sympathetic ear you're gonna get for it. I hate to tell you. I hate to be the one to break it to you. Where's Unleash? Is it baseline now? Or no? No. It's right here.
Hello everyone.
Oh, that's right. It reduces the cast
How
time.
are you today?
I'm doing great, Mr. Jeff. Thank you for the 35 months in a row. We're vibing. A lot of yapping today. I have 8 mouse buttons. I guess I don't need a keyboard to play Shaman. Yeah, unless you're just typing to tell people that you don't have your kick because it's on a 30-second cooldown. I mean, what do you think that they would bring back instead, Danny? I don't know. Ready to be somebody else. Yeah, having the baked in Grove Guardians is pretty sick. Because they just spew out whenever you convoke. Yeah, they're resetting their servers. They should be back soon. They ought to be. They ought to be. They said they had some improvements that they wanted to push live. Deal with all the lag and whatnot. You get little errors with no add-ons? Yeah, me too. Me too. Here's what I typed. I typed /console script errors 0 into the video game, and then that worked. Cell should work, but there's gonna be like limitations on it, basically whimsy. They did like a big post today on Wowhead, and TLDR, it looks like stuff's gonna work, but have restrictions. World servers down. All right. Coffee time. Be right back. Whoop. Servers? Servers back? Oh yeah, before I forget. Let's see. I would give Blizzard a big +1 for writing this down. Server's stuck on loading screen, is that what it is? Okay. So this is from the WoW add-on conversation. I read it earlier if you want to see earlier in the VOD and stuff. I went like piece by piece. But the big thing that they talked about here was that their response to removing add-ons was something along the lines of, it'd be great if add-ons weren't required, but I'm not sure I trust Blizzard to pull it off. And they even say, they're like, that's fair. This is a huge project, and I don't expect blind faith in the absence of results. So it's pretty good. It's pretty good. Better bags, can't imagine life without it. Yeah, it'll stay. Yeah. I think Baginator is better than better bags, though, to be honest. But you can do you. And unfollow. That's tough. That's tough. You could be wrong, though. It's all right. Think there'd be more build flexibility? Probably like spec dependent. Probably like spec dependent. Like some specs you could have a lot of build variety. I think like Holy Priest is one that historically has like pretty good build variety. But it just kind of depends. I wish I can't give you like a straight answer on every single healer, you know? Hopefully, because that's the fun part of having these insanely in-depth talent trees, you know? Or at least it ought to be. It has better in the name, though. Yeah, but it's not. But it's not. They're lying. All right? They're lying. Can't lie on the internet. Exactly, man. Exactly. The truth police is going to come to your door. See? Baginator's better. Definitely not me on another account typing that. Definitely not. Yeah. Oh, let me see. Monk. Holy shit, the changes for Monk. Alright, so there's Spirit Font, RSK, and Vivify have a chance to activate Spirit Font, causing your next enveloping to channel Soothing from you onto up to 5 allies at 50% effectiveness. If the Soothing Mist heals a full health target, they'll jump to another injured ally or split its healing into your remaining Soothing Mists. The RSK damage is increased by 10%, and Enveloping Mist healing increased by 10%. The bonuses are increased by 50% while Spirit Font is active. TFT activates Spirit Font, and Spirit Font applies Cheek Cocoons at 30% effectiveness to allies targeted. Which is honestly pretty tiny, but still. And free shields. Alright, so many new talents. Soothing Mist, Crackling Jade can be cast on the move. Where's the, Did they not put Way of the Crane next to it? I guess it technically should have been next to it, but I mean, it's like Ancient Teachings rolled into its own choice node with Way of the Serpent. So you have Way of the Serpent or you have Way of the Crane. Path of Falling Star, Celestial Conduit's healing and damage increased by 100% when striking a single target. Each additional target reduces the bonus by 20%. Strength of Black Ox's effect is 400% more effective on your primary target. Harmonic Surge, which is like the tier set bonus that we just had. So, you know, your Tiger Palms dealing damage will trigger healing. Casting RSK or Rushing Wind Kick guarantees that your next cast, the Tiger Palm or Vivify, will cause a Harmonic Surge. Kind of neat. So it's just more, what is it? Master Harmony. Yeah, Master Harmony stuff. Did they let me in? Nice. Well, is there anything else that stands out for Holy Pally before we go to monk stuff? Biggest W's, Light of Dawn has a crazy range, no more position requirements. Flash feels really strong. Lowered cooldown on Judgment and Shock make for more casts of your builders rather than passive Rising Sunlight generation. Damage rotation made out of Shock, which gives Judgment CDR, into Shield of the Righteous, which gives Shock CDR. Seems like a chill and easy feedback loop. 3-button damage rotation is not bad for a healer. Big L's, no more Crusader Strike, melee, identity, dead. Like, should H-Pally even be a melee at this point? Rising Sunlight's been butchered. Talent bad because allies are often high HP with Beacon, or soon will be, in an overall environment where player health gets pushed up fast. So maybe they just need to buff the ability. Biggest questions. What's generating your holy power? Actually, I have an honest question. What's the point of awakening? Your spenders have a chance to cause your next judgment to crit. Like, what's the point of this if you're not running Avenging Crusader? Do you just take Sanctified Wrath or something? Yeah, I guess, just SOTR. That's a fair note. Just SOTR for melee stuff. Just for Lightsmith? Didn't they get rid of... Judgment Crit Strikes cause a Shockwave. No, I guess they still have Hammer and Anvil there. Yeah. I guess they still have it there. Matter how weak it looks. Yeah, see, I think he just goes Sanctified, at least for right now. If for this theoretical build I'm messing around with. I kind of like these Tears Deliverance, Hand of Divinity things, like rolling and folding abilities into each other. I'd actually put that down as a W. Folding active abilities, Tears slash, what's this, Hand of Divinity, into wings, I would call a W. Every class should have a lenience type talent? No, opposite direction. Remove lenience. Remove lenience, remove Devo Aura. None of that garbage. Listen, Scoob, this is like planes, trains, and automobiles, okay? You're going the wrong way. What? You're going the wrong way. Oh my god, dude. We were talking about old movies before. This movie's a banger if you haven't seen it before. Yeah, Steve Martin and John Candy. John Candy just like torments Steve Martin as he's like trying to get home for Christmas. It's a banger Christmas movie. You gotta go see it. There's a scene where they're like driving late at night and they're driving on the wrong side of the road. And they're like, you're going the wrong way. Let me see if I can find the devil. Yeah, they're about to get like hit by a bus and he's like the devil and he's just laughing at him. He's like, ha ha ha. Is there a GIF? There needs to be a GIF somewhere. Needs to be one somewhere. He's like, God, it's such a good movie. Oh man. Between two pillows. Those aren't pillows. Oh god, there's another. Ugh, I'm gonna get lost in a rabbit hole. What's that other one? Isn't it Uncle Buck? Yeah, it's Uncle Buck. Oh, this is another really good, really good movie. It's a bit of like it's like a Mr. Mom kind of vibe to it. Take this quarter, go downtown, and have a rat gnaw that thing off your face. That's right. It's like somebody had like facial surgery or something like that. Or I don't think I want to know a 6-year-old who isn't a dreamer or a silly heart, and I don't want to know one who takes their student career seriously. Sorry, a bachelor who babysits his brother's rebellious teenage daughter and her younger brother. Yeah. That's right. Oh, that's right. There's like a mole on their face. Yeah. He's cooking our garbage. Man, I wish I could have movie night with you guys. I wish Twitch didn't remove the movie night thing. That'd be insane. Oh, so many of these movies, dude. Nobody would care. John Candy, rest in peace, would probably appreciate it. Unbelievable. Oh well. Oh well. All right, let me see. Gone too soon, man. What did I just read? I hope you guys don't mind, but I made such a good lasagna today, I might fuck it. Bro, what would Garfield think? What would Garfield think, man? Also, that'd be hot. Like, really hot lasagna. Getting in there. Ugh. I don't know. You do you, I guess. It is always implied that Garfield fucks the lasagna. No, it's not. No, it's not. Do not do that to my childhood. Yeah, that would be really hot. There are big streamers doing movie nights with YouTube's free movies and deleting the VODs. Huh. That could be good. I don't know if there's that many good free movies, but there's a lot of movies that are like, I don't know, 80s or early 90s movies that I think would be really funny to watch in chat, but I think they're almost certainly DMCA. Unfortunate. Like, just let me pay like $100 to go watch Planes, Trains, and Automobiles. It's not like that movie's making any money off residuals anyway, you know? Yeah, let me go watch Idiocracy, you know? Like, I cannot imagine these movies are making any residuals right now. Yeah. Like, they need to make it so, like, Twitch can let streamers pay money to watch movies with their community or something like that. And then, like, we pay Twitch or something. I don't know. There's a capitalist solution there somewhere. We can't do, though. Yeah, we're on the servers. We're on. Hey, dude, Riff. All right, what else are big questions about H-Paler? We haven't been able to see all the raid frame stuff yet, or at least use it in practice or at all, so I'll probably have more info next week. Yeah. I didn't strange. Been pretty good. The server stability has been kind of rough, so they just took the servers down to repair it. You used to be able to Tic Tacs, but they got rid of it. Yeah. They got rid of the like watch together with Prime Video stuff, but you can still watch like Thursday Night Football on Twitch if you have Prime. Yeah. So that's kind of where it stands. That's kind of how it goes. All right. I think I kind of have all my notes that I want so far. Let's swap for monk. Big questions, big L's, big W's for monk. Actually, I think Meg has a video about it too. I want to watch the video. How recent? Midnight Alpha, Phase 4. Face the night. Oh my god,
Look at the
pop-ups.
changes that Mistweaver got in Phase 4 of the Midnight Alpha. Today is just talents and hero talents.
Yeah.
Starting out with removed talents, we have Spear Hand Strike and Energy Transfer. They've removed all kicks from healers except for Resto Shaman, who now has a 30-second kick.
Woo!
The reasoning for this is basically taking some things off of the healer plates, but I honestly don't like this change. Having agency is a good thing, and removing kicks from healers is just removing agencies. I'm aware that they said they'll be reducing kick requirements and dungeons are going to be made with the idea that you'll have one less kick in the group overall. I'm just not a fan of this change, and I would rather healers keep their kicks regardless of the dungeon changes that they make. In all honesty, this is not very likely.
Yo, thank you for the new sub, Brolaski. Yep, yoink. My homework now.
To affect high-end players, since we're typically in Discord and
I
have
really
set
didn't
rotations.
want to give priests an interrupt. D.
That's true. They do anything but that, Sliver. Thank you for the 50 months.
I'm aware that they said they'll be reducing kick requirements and dungeons are going to be made with the idea that you'll have one less kick in the group overall. I'm just not a fan of this change, and I would rather healers keep their kicks regardless of the dungeon changes that they make. In all honesty, this is not very likely to affect high-end players, since we're typically in Discord and have set rotations for dungeons, and the healer kick is typically a backup anyway.
True.
This is more heavily going to impact pug players and lower end keys where you're not in comms and you don't have as much coordination. There's been so many times where a healer, even as a backup kick, has been key saving, and losing that feels really bad. It felt bad in BFA, and it felt bad in Shadowlands, and I don't have the expectation that that will change in Midnight. Energy Transfer was removed from Mistweaver since we no longer have our interrupts, and currently both of these talents are under construction, so we don't have replacements yet. I would like to see something that would reduce maybe the cooldown on Ring of Peace, like Sleep and Paralysis, to encourage Mistweaver to continue to CC and contribute to stops even if we're missing our kick. Over on the spec tree, we say goodbye to the two T talents, Tea of Plenty and Tea of
Yay.
Serenity. I was actually pretty excited to play with these now that they were in a better position, but I do think that they maybe caused issues with Conduit of the Celestials and the frequency of Thunder Focus Tea that led to their removal. I'm
That's
hoping to
fair.
see them back in a different part of the tree maybe, or maybe on a choice node on something like Focus Thunder instead of just being removed entirely, but we'll have to wait and see. Refreshing Jade Wind is also being removed. I'm not super surprised since this was on a choice node with Mistrap and it was never taken, so now Mistrap is just its own node. We got one new talent to replace the T talents, and that is called Amplified Rush. This is something that is going to cause a gust of mist proc from renewing mist applications to do 50% more. I'm kind of sad that this is what replaced the T talent since this is
Yeah.
passive and we very rarely actually use renewing mist in Mythic Plus at all.
This is kind of like a it's like a worse version of like Torrent, you know, where you apply Riptide and it like hits harder and stuff. It's like a worse version of that.
Maybe this will change at Midnight since there's heavier emphasis on renewing mist counts, but generally this one's kind of whatever. Celestial Harmony got a little bit of a rework on the Yulon side of things. Now it just reduces the cast time of Enveloping Mist by 60% to make up for the loss of Invoker's Delight.
Let me see. Oh, reduce the cast speed developed by 60% instead of granting it 2 instant casts.
Of a rework on the Yulon side of things. Now it just reduces the cast time of Enveloping Mist by 60% to make up for the loss of Invoker's Delight. The word
Oh, so you don't have as much haste as you don't have the haste buff that you had before. Yeah.
in the tooltip says reduce cast speed, but it does make it faster, so it should either say reduce cast time or increase cast speed, but it does function properly. There was a few numerical changes, namely Yulan's Whisper being buffed by another 100%. Invigorating Mist increases Shaylin's gift healing by 500% on the primary target, up from 75, which is pretty significant.
Yeah. Invigorating Mist increased the primary healing of Shaylin's by 500%.
And the Chi-Ji Gust of Mist got reduced by 50%, which is in line with them moving power out of cooldowns, as they've been basically doing all of Alpha. The rest of this build was fixing interactions primarily between Spirit Font and a few other bug fixes here and there with Soothing Mist and Jade Serpent Statue. Conduit of the Celestials talents got an update following the removal of Refreshing Jade Wind. Restore Balance is now just 5% increased healing during your Celestial, which is nice. I would also expect to see Flight of the Red Crane updated, since I can't imagine using Spinning Crane Kick on single target on bosses is something they want us to do to proc.
Let me see. Oh, I gotta log into a monk. What was the... It was the one right up below it, I think she was talking about. Let's restore balance. And then Schwen's Bond. Is this right for Mistweaver? Oh, that was the new one, Path of the Falling Star. Okay. So I think they changed it since the video. I see. Yeah.
Flight. We finally have our Master of Harmony row. This is Harmonic Surge, which is exciting and not surprising, considering Conduit also got the tier set implemented. I was worried about Tiger Palm becoming a weak button again, but in this case, it does still have some weight to it through Harmonic Surge, and thankfully this is the 4-set version, so there's less RNG involved. Potential Energy is the second node, and this is just what's going to cause Rising Sun Kick or Rushing Wind Kick to proc Harmonic Surge for the next Tiger Palm or Vivify, so you can play
What, I have an air fryer? Dude, why don't you have an air fryer, man? It's life-changing.
Around and plan out your Rising Sun Kick cast, or just turn off your brain and use it as maintenance healing. And lastly, Zenith is just a passive that buffs Ancient Teachings by an additional 50% on our conversion. Overall, this was a pretty good build for us. I'm not wild about losing our kick, but that's a universal change rather than a monk change. And in the notes, they mentioned that they are adding tuning knobs to allow for better balancing between game modes, i.e. PvP raid keys. And this is definitely a step in the right direction as we go into Alpha Phase 5 and Beta shortly after.
Yeah, I've had that actually, I had an older version of the walking pad for like 10 months now. Actually, I was just using it today, and I just got the new version, the one that's on that link. I just got it behind me, so yep, I'm a big fan of it. Oh, dude, I use my air fryer like every single day. That shit owns. That makes life so much easier. All right, so these are some of the last changes from Alpha. Today, a lot of times I'll just be like reheating any of the meal prep and stuff and using the air fryer to reheat it. But sometimes I'll just like cook chicken or make baked potatoes or something like that in the air fryer. Makes it a lot faster than an oven would and a lot more efficiently too. Yep, doing Mistweaver dubs and L's. I wish Meg had a little bit more recent of a video too. Actually, let me see the comments. Let me see the comments. Healer Priest sitting there like nothing ever happened. True. Nah, air fryer does it better, Max. Air fryer does it better, dude. Makes it more crispy. Don't you want like crispy lasagna? Come on now. You don't want no mushy lasagna. Come on. I know, right, Cammy? Today I'm making some Korean beef, though. That's in the slow cooker. Been getting up and mixing it around a little bit every time. Put a bunch of sriracha in there and some minced garlic. Bunch of good stuff. Yeah. Bad take about the removal of kicks. 12 replies. 12 replies. Yeah, literally, Tobias. That's the whole appeal. Is you just quickly, you don't even have to like preheat it or anything. You can just do it and go. Yep. Let's see if it lets me into the game now. Oh, I'm button. Doing pretty well, Arlen. What's going on, man?
Champion, Zalatath and her devour.
There we go. It's Jade Fires, the additional damage to healing. Way the Crane is just all your damage turning into healing. Way the Serpent's to help your caster setup. I hope that they're finally making Shayloons like really properly powerful. Special's nearly over, getting ready to transfer to A&M. Let's go, dude. Yeah, College Station was a pretty cool town. I only got to visit it very, very briefly. I didn't even realize they had an airport there, but I went there and drove my brother to the airport. And it was like, you walk in and it's immediately security. 3 talents near the spec tree. That's the Apex talents. So basically when you Rising Sun kick, you have a chance to activate the Spirit Font, which is basically causing your next envelop to channel Soothing from you to 5 allies. So it kind of like, when you cast certain spell, it just starts sending out extra healing, you know? Oh, they're going to the San Antonio campus. Gotcha. Yeah, but the Apex talents, the big important thing about Apex talents in general is that you technically don't actually have to deal with them. You probably will because they're going to be really powerful and stuff. But you're getting enough points. You're getting 4 extra points that you could put the talents into the spec tree or into the Apex tree if you wanted to. But you could technically also spend them here in the spec tree. Yeah. But basically, it just kind of spews some extra free healing. A lot of them are like pretty passive healing effects. Yep. It is. I agree that it's like a weird spot to like put it in. I don't know. Maybe they need to be at the bottom. Maybe they need to be at the right side. It's like an odd spot, but it's not like the end of the world. It's just a little bit strange. You might need to level up some more before you unlock the Apex talents. It might be at like 81 or something like that to get them. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. Yeah. Right, they don't want to like have a route to it from your spec tree as well. They kind of just want to like add it, you know? Yeah. Humanity generates a cloud, increasing Shayloon's gift cloud misgeneration every 4 seconds. Gives 2 people its cast time reduced. So I'm kind of curious about like use cases. I don't know if Meg's made any videos about like when you would use one ability versus another. I'll have to see. But that's what I'm really curious about. Because I thought that you were going to be looking at like Shayloons for key environment or something. Why should you have a short on it? What Spirit Font does.
About Spirit Font specifically now that we have been able to see it in some group content and learn more about how it works. Just to recap, Spirit Font is Mistweaver's Apex talent, and the Apex talents are located at the bottom of the spec tree, completely separate from the rest of the tree. You are not required to take these talents, although they seem pretty heavily incentivized due to being powerful. The Apex talents are 4 points total, with 2 1-point nodes and 1 2-point node. This is rank 1, 2, and 3, and in this case, Vivify and Shalen's Gift are interchangeable, since Shalen's Gift overrides Vivify when talented. Currently, this has a 1 proc per minute proc rate, and you can force procs with Thunder Focus Tea with that last talent, but naturally it's about 1 per minute. There's been a lot of confusion about what happened with Spirit Font, so I do want to clarify that Spirit Font is its own version of Soothing Mist, and it heals by itself after you activate it with Enveloping Mist. The uptime on it is a buff, so it is not causing our character to channel, and as a result we do not get instant cast on Vivify, or Enveloping Mist, or Shalen's Gift from Spirit Font. You will also not interrupt Spirit Font by casting other abilities, so it's working completely independently of our own spell casts. It's hard to tell on alpha for sure, because it is alpha, that is kind of just how it works, but it seems like the intention is to let Spirit Font Soothing Mist be affected by our other Soothing Mist talents like Elusive Mist, Jade Serpent Statue, and Unison. After testing Peaceful Mending, it looks like it's not currently working, but I don't know if it will in the future. I wanted to make a
Peaceful Mending. Let me see. What the hell are you talking about, Poker? Oh, the bird? That was one of the boss fights, yeah. Peaceful Mending. Allies targeted by soothing receive more healing. Oh, yeah, if that worked with Spirit Font, that'd be kind of insane for prio healing. That'd be kind of ridiculous for it. Okay. Let me see. What if I wanted to do just a big ol' honkin' Fistweaver build? Get a Life Cocoon Absorb. Have all the talent investment for Life Cocoon just to make it not awful. X55 triggers Zen Pulse. Yeah. We want that. Don't really think we care about Rapid Diffusion. But I do have to spend 2 points. Somewhere else. Looks like we're spending it there. I assume we just generate it faster. We could do more healing. Like cleave everybody better. And get Rising Mist that way? Don't really care about the shields. Shiji's gusts increased by 20%. Now we want gifts. I think Jade Empowerment's like really shitty now. Rising Sun Kick's damage is increased by your mastery, and Thunder Focus Tea resets its cooldown. Ooh, that sounds really fucking good. That sounds really, really good. I don't think we ever really cared about dance. I need to find a way to get over there. 3 charges. Rising Sun Kick reduces the remaining cooldown of Renewing Mist. Healing Gust caused by Rem. Just pick one of those. So I think we go with Jadefire Teachings here. And then Thunder Focus Tea now empowers Enveloping Mist and Rising Sun Kick further. Oh, that's right. The Jadefire Stomp. I think this is supposed to be good. Yeah, the last time I feel like Mastery increased the damage for a healer was when they tried it with Penance in like BFA and they changed it after like a week. I feel like that's got to be crazy though. Oh yeah, Monk always has this where you have like 1 point, you can just kind of put in whatever. Yeah, I know YouTube people don't hear the background music. I can't play the music on YouTube. Otherwise, you get live DMCA'd. Like they'll literally be like, "We're gonna take down your stream." So the other side is some people don't like my music and they can just go to YouTube if they don't like it. So there's options. I guess you just put a point into SI. I feel like Monk has usually put in like this weird 1 pointer into Secret Infusion. It's very strange. Yeah, I know, man. It's crazy. Bam. Okay. So with this setup, you always you don't have to do any extra work to set up your damage to healing. Oh, I don't even know if I care about Miswrap. I don't know how much I'm actually casting. I guess you cast a decent amount with the hero talent. And then, oh, that's right. They give you the baseline stamina increase. That's weird. You get the Jade Fire Stomp all the time when you empower with Thunder Focus Tea. Yeah. Let's put some abilities up. That's weird. Detox actually populates. That's the only healer I think that does. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. Woof! Many abilities. Oh, so many. Yeah, how you doing, Kex?
I need to
Did you
target
miss me?
something first. I need a target.
Have to set up the macro at some point. But not right now. Passives, passives, passives. Got that, got that. Got that, got that. Even need them on the bar with built-in click casting. Some of the things I'm putting on my bar are for like Life Cocoon to see the cooldown if for whatever reason I don't have my CD manager or something like that. So I can just like look down if I really, really had to. But I'm not gonna have like Shayloons. If that's also Vivify, so I don't really care about that or need that. Renewing Mist I don't need. Things like that I don't really have to put up. Yeah. I think 4 was like what, my Chi Burst, and now it doesn't exist anymore. Right? Chi Burst? Yeah. So 4 was my Chi Burst. I think 6 was a potion. Yeah. Yeah, Spearhand Strike, Chi Burst, Invoker's Delight, Shao House, Mending Prolif. It's not a bad list. Modifiers to Vivify. Or sorry, Invigorating Mist. I feel like this was a huge issue. I feel like this is a huge issue for monks before with Invigorating Mist and like the square root scaling issues they would have. Yeah. Oh, I know. It's all right. Yeah, Jade Empowerment they made like a lot worse because it's just always perma-active. Developing Mist has had its healing amplifying effect reduced, while its healing has been buffed to compensate. It's a good single target healing spell by itself. Dominant playstyle in M+ is no longer bound to the ground effect of Jadefire Stomp. Soothing is gaining more power in group healing thanks to both new Mistweaver talents and Apex talents. Shayloon's replacing Vivify when talented gives both talents a unique niche for healing. Yeah. Tier list? What do you think happens before we make a tier list? We do our homework. We're doing our homework. Tier list of all the tier lists I've ever tier listed? That's a good idea, man. It's too soon for that, okay? Too soon. Not yet. Soon. There'll be a time and a place to tier list the tier lists, but not right now. What is this new thing? Oh, it's pets. If I don't open all my boxes, somebody in chat gets triggered. There we go. There we go. Otherwise, it'd be a disaster. So I like the M+ build a lot, actually. Or at least, like, what it looks like. M+. I'm sure there's going to be a couple talents that'll change, of course. But the whole vibe of, if what we're saying is true, or like, Shayloon's is your 5-man type setup, which will help you AoE heal effectively. You can run Way of the Crane, do damage, heal people. You'll always have it up all the time. Does it also include spinning crane kick? Yeah, okay. I feel pretty positive about HPAL. The damage rotation, you know, there's like 3 buttons. It's like Shock, Judgment, and Shield of the Righteous. But there's actually not really any downtime to it. Even when I'm outside of wings. How you doing, Lizelle? It's been a minute. What's going on? So now it just feels like it's weird because you only are in melee for Shield of the Righteous. And that's like literally it. Yeah. Yeah, just like, I don't know. Give me some like light attack that spends holy power or something. I don't know. I also don't want to have a shield anymore for Holy Pally. I really want to have a 2-handed intellect weapon. I miss that. Yeah, Shine of the Righteous. There you go. I'm down. Yeah. Because they dropped me in Dornagal when I copied my character Brutal. And in order to have access to Silvermoon, I would have to do all the intro quests and do them on every single character. And I think that our time is better spent not doing that right now. Monk can crackle heal, kick heal, range heal, crackle range heal. So many options. Yeah. Maybe they'd have to make like denounce, I don't know, a spender or something like that. Instead of just being a weird casted spell. Also that too, like Jake's saying. New zone is filled with people testing. Yeah. Yeah. Don't know, Troz. I just wanted to log into the game and test stuff. I didn't think my location mattered. Just here to go do stuff. Oh, Denounce is a spender in PvP. Oh, I only remember it. I only remember it just being a casted spell back in Legion. Yeah. Finally back to work. How are you? How's the beta going? Has Priest changed much? A decent amount. Disc has a bunch of changes, and they're still trying to, like, find their way. So, you know, when somebody's asked me earlier about Holy Pally, I feel pretty confident about Pally because it's not all the way there yet, but it seems like they found, like, a good direction, and they're going there, right? With Disc, they're still trying to, like, find their direction. There's so much of, like, the tree that it feels like it screams PvP. I actually just recorded a video yesterday talking specifically about Disc Priest because I feel like they still haven't found their way with it, and I felt like I needed to make a video to just, like, air out my thoughts about specifically what the problems are. But, like, Holy Priest feels like they found a good way, found a good direction. You know, it's not rocket science, but they've made some good talents that'll help them in 5-mans, that'll help them in raids, they kind of fix their niche. Prez is, like, very changed. They rolled Spirit Bloom basically into the Apex talent, so it'll activate... You activate a Spirit Bloom by pressing Reversion. It's pretty interesting. But I think there's a lot of questions, at least from the last time I talked to the Prez Evoker players. They're like, we think it could be good if it works this way, this way, this way. But then you have to just see if that actually works in practice, you know? Yeah. So I wouldn't be surprised if I start yapping to the Pres Evokers again and get their impressions after they do like raid or M plus testing or something. Yeah. Tier list comment. I'm probably gonna do some more, like another research day tomorrow, and then I might record it this weekend or something like that. It's coming soon, Andrew. I know that. But I figured I would just do these days where we just kind of yap about specific healers. We yap about specific things, and then I can also just do my research and mess around with stuff in the same moment. Gotta rage bait the casuals. I gotta do, you know. It's middle of the month. Gotta get the videos rolling before rent's due next month. I totally get it. I totally get it. Legendary campaign achievement on Remix. Oh yeah, I kind of fell off on doing Remix. It was my chill game for a while. Need to get back on board with that. Make a tier list, preface it by saying order within the same tier doesn't matter, then slowly put them all in S tier throughout the video and cap it off by saying tier lists aren't real. But then what are people gonna do when they want to go into a chat and say, hey, I heard that this class is S tier based on what this streamer is saying? Come on, man. I need people to be like bothering other creators and being like, hey, Jack said that this class is this. What do you think? And then start random fights with them if they don't agree. Oh, man. All right. Mistweaver, Midnight, questions and vibes. Big W's. Big streamlined fist / caster weave talent options. Yeah, Arsgal, thank you for the new sub. Yeah, they got rid of Shao Hao's Invoker's Delight, Chi Burst, Mending Proliferation, and Spearhanded Strike. I think no healer kick in general, RAW. No Mendy P. Nope. Low game. Thank you for the 26 months, dude. Appreciate you. Shayloons and Vivify having interesting niches. Streamlines abilities, removes extra buttons, etc. Yeah. I like no healer kicks because Blizzard has usually done a pretty poor job of being able to like balance dungeons and design with all the interrupts and crowd control in the game. And this forces encounter designers to put less kicks in the dungeon because less people are able to deal with it. It makes your responsibilities in a group a lot more clear because healers will then not be kicking at all, and everybody will know that they don't have a kick, so the responsibility will get put more onto DPS players. And the expectation of the DPS players have to kick to progress is going to be more common, which I think is a good thing. It kind of centralizes responsibility into other roles. But I just like that. Yeah. Fewer target buffs that just multiply healing. That's true. Way less stacking modifiers. Nope. It won't, Brutal. It won't. Nice try, though. If your group's dependent on one additional 30-second kick, you're chalked. You're chalked. Pug healers are going to be getting flamed more for the group wiping due to a missed volley kick. No, they won't. Well, I mean, maybe they will, but like that'll be by people who are like idiots. I don't know. It's just like if some random person on the street like yells at you Does that, and like calls you a bad person, does that mean you're a bad person? No, probably not. I don't know. People might say something, but that doesn't mean that they're correct just because they're angry. Yeah. No, Priest still has Psychic Scream. It's our only crowd control, you know? Well, that's the thing. There were so many looking. Yeah, there were so many different modifiers. Just because somebody's upset doesn't mean that they're correct. It's the pally part. Well, on Twitch and on YouTube, there's a rewind feature. Yep. Hey, Chanel. What's going on, big dog? Yeah, they got rid of She Harmony. It was right here before, wasn't it? It's like around this ballpark. Goes from being able to carry those wrong people to wasting time, not being able to do anything except brush it off and try again. I mean, that's kind of WoW in general, though. Like, there's always going to be something else that, like, fails a group that causes you to, like, waste time or something like that. Yeah. And, like, the right answer to, like, always finding better people to play with is, like, making friends, you know? The idiots will find a way to complain to healers either way. At least if we have a kick, we have agency. We know it's just agency, not requirement, because Priest have been meta, so the healer kick at all levels has never been a requirement, just a bonus to help mid-level healers skill express and compensate for the people who mess up mechanics that are only punishing to us in the first place. Making friends, now you're talking crazy? I know. I know. I think for people who are used to carrying the groups and like adding kicks and stuff like that, yeah, it's going to feel worse. But I think everybody's still keeping some form of crowd control to be able to assist their team. Like people are like, oh my god, like Monk doesn't have a kick. What am I going to do? And it's like you still have Rop, you still have Parry, you still have Sweep. Like you still have so many different ways to interact with the dungeon in and of itself. Yeah, I don't know, like... talking to me on like playing Priest, it's not like I don't have ways to express my skill because I don't have a kick on a Priest, you know? The bubbles in the far bottom left, these are wait, these or these? These are PvP talents. These are your Apex talents. You just can't extend it perpetually because there comes a point where you either have a role defining ability that's unique or you lose your role identity. Well, it's like, what's the... Last time I bitched on my Priest but no one kicking, I was told I should kill myself, so I'm used to it. Holy shit. You guys gotta find guilds to play with. We need to find emergency guilds for everybody. We need to find... Yeah, we need to get rid of the pug life. Can't CC a lot of lieutenants. True, and that's where the responsibility goes on damage dealers to kick. Yeah. Find pugs more fun? There's certainly something. Yeah, Monk and Pally are still melee healers. They kept Shaman's kick just because of, like, vibes, basically. Like, Shamans historically always kept their kick, even at times where other healers did not have their kicks. And, that's basically just why they keep it. And it's a 30-second cooldown. Thune said that Shaman had a 12-second kick. Thune said Shaman had a 12-second kick back in Shadowlands, and they were, like, the only healer that had a kick. I said, maybe, baby, please. The native guild finder WoW needs to be updated. Oh, it's so bad. Oh, yeah. I'm kind of surprised they haven't done anything about it yet. Were they meta in Shadowlands? Only because of their damage when Vesper Totem was really strong. And then as soon as there was another healer that dealt more damage, then that healer became in the meta, and that healer was a Priest. What the cell needs to be banned in LFG? True. Like, with extreme prejudice. What's H-Pally do with no Crusader Strike? You have a damage rotation of Judgment, Shock, and Shield of the Righteous. and it's actually pretty clean. I sat there and just was able to continue the damage rotation for quite a while because Shock gives you cooldown reduction for Judgment, and Shield of the Righteous gives you cooldown reduction for Shock. So you basically are just constantly getting your buttons back. So it's a 3 damage button rotation, or 3 button damage rotation. It's a 3 button damage rotation that is just pretty consistent. Yeah. I'm very on board with damage downs. Give me more punishment for people not kicking. Yes, please. And make the punishment not screw over the healer. Yeah. Oh, I'm down. Oh, I'm on board. Give me the damage downs. I want those damage dealing players to suffer. Well, it's funny because I've had so many people over the years re-roll to damage because they're like, this is just so much less stressful. It's so much easier. It's so much less work. It's so much like less that I have to worry about when I'm playing the game, you know? We all be out of kicks trying to get a damage buff. No, yeah, it doesn't need to be a damage buff. It just needs to be a punishment for not kicking. Yeah. Yep. Selectively not atone people, yeah. You take the extra effort to single target apply atone's doom so that you could specifically punish that one guy. Yep. Oh, man. That's elite level hating. It's elite level hating. Super laggy. They just did a fix. It seems like better. I can see how it is on the dummies right now. I'll see how it goes on the dummies. It was really laggy earlier, so I've just been kind of looking at the talents in game. I know they're fucking with me. Every character has different keybinds for dragon riding. It's so strange. I don't think Cell's going to be gone. I think that Cell and other healer add-ons are going to have like limitations applied to them. I don't think it's going to be the end of the world, but we have to see like how far they're going to go. So Blizzard did a big post today on add-ons, and they set their like new standard going forward. The entire rule, like the one rule you got to know about, is they don't want add-ons to do more than the base UI. So a lot of features of Cell will get like culled, almost certainly like the raid debuffs tab where you can highlight certain debuffs in raid and emphasize them for like healing or something. That's almost certainly dead, you know? But being able to like change the size and color and shape of like your frames and stuff like that, that'll stay. You probably will not be able to like reorganize your HOTS in the order of them, which kind of sucks, which I think they should at least let you. They probably will not let you like color your raid frames for like atonement or something like that. So like there's some things that I think are like shitty. So I hope that they allow those to be dealt with, right? Because basically what they're doing is they're making small exceptions. They're like, okay, we'll allow this little thing. We'll allow this little thing. We'll allow this little thing, you know? So what they're doing right now for Holy Power and for Runes is they're kind of putting that in its own box so add-ons can mess with that. So they've basically put everything into these like black boxes that add-ons cannot interact with, and they're slowly taking things out. We're like, oh, we'll allow this. Okay, we'll allow that. We'll allow this. Things like that. It's going slowly, though. Yeah. Oh, did they really, Weiju? That's sick, dude. I haven't logged in a minute. They're compromising, exactly. Color customization, not dependent on HP, is absolutely mandatory, and customizing location HOTS and their icons. I would like that too. I'm with you. And so that's why when I did my last video about like healer add-ons are dead, I literally like made a list of like, here's what I think we should have. Here's what would be nice to have. And I don't know if they're going to allow it. So like I passed on that feedback, as best I can. Because in my experience, it seems like they watch YouTube a lot more than they watch live streams. So we'll see. Do you think since they're altering how add-ons are, the world first will be over quickly as they'll make the bosses too easy? Maybe. I could see that happening. I could see that happening where the first race is like on the easier side for sure. I mean, it's a lot better for them to go too easy than too difficult, right? Because they make shit way too difficult. We might have some problems. Yeah, exactly. Like, you don't want to be in a roadblock until it gets nerfed. So, I think that would probably be the better of two potential downsides, It should be available, Chris, to only show your own debuffs. Because I had that on beforehand. Controls the vertical space between the debuffs. No. Okay, here we go. Yeah. How your buffs, debuffs, and forms are displayed on the nameplates. Shows the temporary beneficial effects applied to the player. Shows the temporary crowd control you or your allies have placed to it. That looks good. So that shows what I've put up. Aha! Yeah. Shows the temporary negative effects you have applied to the unit. I'm not buying they're going to change design in respect to a lack of add-ons, short of in an entirely reactionary way. The dungeons in beta are chock full of spam casters. I think it should work, Chris, though, to answer your question. Yeah. Yeah. Well, wait, it took it off. Or that guy removed his things. Unless they change it in 24 hours, it still shows other people's. I don't think it's intended to, yeah. Oh, yeah, where's the nameplate stacking? Because, yeah, it is really wonky, you done. It's unintended? That's what I thought. Yeah. Default UI could be so great if they would just patronize you on your choices. I don't understand why they, for example, don't allow us to configure sizes for RAID frames like Cell does. Same for nameplates. Yeah, I mean, I feel that, dude. Have I heard any news on how World First be structured? I have no clue. So what usually happens as like a caster for World First is like they'll hit us up a couple months ahead of time and be like, yo, you want to cast again? And I'd be like, yeah, sure. And they're like, all right, bet. And then they hit us up and they say, okay, here's your flight, here's your setup. And then, I don't know, usually we hear like specific dates, I don't know, maybe a week before or something like that they announce it. It used to be that like, oh my God, we found out this big secret before all these other people kind of thing. But we almost always hear now when it's going to be like right before Blizzard announces it, Yeah. And a Mavens, thank you for the new sub. They fly us out for World First. What's the point? That I talk on camera at the event. Yeet. Sometimes we'll interview players or whatever. We do all kinds of like charity challenges and everything on site as well. So, yeah. Dude, remote casting fucking sucks. Remote casting is like the worst shit ever. You're just like constantly interrupting your partner, even if you're like looking at them or even if you have a good camera or something like that. The casters for Liquid are paid the same, yeah. Because we talk to each other about what we get paid. But I don't know about like everybody else. I wouldn't be surprised if like Preach made more than other people on the Echo cast, for example, I don't know. There's like, yeah, you're doing equal work, but people bring different levels of like value, Yeah, I mean, usually we'll just put up our hand or something. When we're in person, Tobias, it's super easy because you could just put out a hand, let somebody wrap up their thought, and then let them know that you want to jump in with something else. So sometimes I'll just like, I'll put out a finger and be like, hey, when you're done, I got something to say. Or I'll like shake my hand or something like that. Like, oh, I can jump in here and say something and add something to the equation. But I try not to do that too often because like, you don't know where your partner's going. You want to kind of let them finish and then you pop in. So it just kind of varies. Yeah. I tested healer spec trees, maybe in beta, like we're beta M plus, maybe. So I appreciate it, Mavens. Thank you so much. There's not M plus on beta right now. There's just like, I don't know, normal dungeons. Stuff I've done in like alpha is not enough money to live off as a caster. No. If the people who do like MDI and world first, that's like, you could probably live off that if you live in the middle of nowhere. But if you wanted to live in a city, nah. You'd need like roommates or some shit like that. So, I mean, casting for me, I just do like world first and stuff. That's just like side gig. That's just like side gig stuff. I don't think it'd be hard to do the news. I mean, you literally just have to like practice reading a teleprompter, which is not too difficult. There's a thing called what they call dichotic hearing. I think it's called dichotic hearing, where you have to be able to listen to somebody talking in your ear as you talk, understand what they're saying, and then like lead a conversation and stuff. And I did a bunch of training for that when I worked for Blizzard, but I haven't really done much of that since. But it's just like a skill like any other. You just got to practice. Yeah. Casting World First is a lot of fun. And it's like the best thing you can be doing while World First is going on, because everyone's watching the World First, so you might as well take part in it, you know? You might as well take part in it. Yeah, they actually made Healing Rain a lot better because it's like much faster to cast electrolytes and it lasts longer. So, yeah. Damage meter was not working last I checked. Yeah. I mean, it's not like World First pays you well. It's just, you know, it's not consistent enough work to live off of, you know, 2 events a year. It's just 2 events a year, so. Squid builds, I don't think are really a thing. I want to try it. In fact, the next video I make is for Disc, and it's going to be like a bunch of builds I want to try and I want to experiment with. And I cooked one up for Void Weaver, but I don't know if it's going to be any good or not. We'll see, though, because they took a lot of power out of your squid now that it no longer activates Shadow Covenant. So they have to kind of figure out whether or not they want to give it power or maybe just get rid of squid. I don't know. I actually just don't know. Yeah, I feel like they need to make squid really, really strong when you're Void Weaver, and then you kind of just ignore it, I guess, at Oracle. That sort of seems like what's going to happen. Yeah. Finally played Disc for your guild, not suck? Me too. Lithy, thank you for the raid, man. How you doing, Foolish? Been watching in a few days, but I raided with you and Scatabo the other day. Yeah, that was sick, dude. That was a lot of fun. He was so happy. It's funny because I actually tried to get Scatabo in my fantasy league. I tried to get him in my fantasy league, but I missed him on the waiver wire. Or actually, maybe somebody drafted him or something. I forget. Yeah. Yeah. But then, suddenly he's playing WoW. How you doing, Tia? Welcome in, welcome in. Thank you again for the raid, Liffy. Hope you had a great stream. Played with him over the last few days, seeing how new players approach retail in the era of add-ons. Well, that's the crazy thing, too, is that he's at like a weird point to be playing the game, you know?
Bouncing for officer meeting, BRB in a bit.
Sounds good, Lithy. Thank you for the 103 months, my dude. Whew. Long time. Beta's better. It's not as like laggy or anything anymore. This is kind of like this is the week to like get on, set up your characters. Because next week is when raid testing happens and then like M+ happens. Oh, I don't PvP BM. Probably. With no add-ons, no Gladius or whatever to tell people about their healing cooldowns or damage cooldowns or whatever. It's gonna be wild. I think I'm on like Lorthamar right now. So, did not seem laggy at the moment. Did somebody give me spell wording? They've trimmed some spells. What they're doing in general is, I kind of call it like folding. They have like folded effects into each other. Oh, that's what it is. For all the buttons, let's see. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 buttons right here. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. 25 buttons with no potions. It's not bad. I think Crackling Jade Lightning is really bad now because it's like, it used to be like 2,000% more power. Now it's 300%. But you don't have to activate it off anything. Something along those lines. Oh, that's a good call. I should reload UI as well. People still PvP? That's a vibe. Yeah. I feel that, man. Yeah, but I think some talents are like, I don't know, this is just going to be like some PvP thing or something. Yeah. Yeah, Monk and Pally are still melee. So Monk and Pally are still in melee. And the only thing for Pally is like they only have Shield of the Righteous. Literally like everything else is at ranged. Yeah. I'm still working on that actually. I've just been kind of yapping. Swap scenes. Hi, Dinret. I never watched it, Arlen. Sorry. Yeah. Is Monk still in melee? Oh, he's talking about Pally as a range healer? In most content, yeah. In keys, you're still going to go into melee for Shield of the Righteous, but that'll basically be about it. That'll basically be about it. But I think no healer kicks is a W because they designed the game based on how many kicks the entire player base has. And so encounter designers are going to make, well, for one thing, damage is going to be less insane when there's less personal defensives, and there should be less casters or less frequent casts or less insane deadly casts when less healers have kicks. Like, obviously right now it's alpha and super early beta, and so you might be like, oh my god, there's a million casters in this run. Like, they're going to dampen that shit down, and it might be like really bad at, you know, the very beginning of beta M+, but that's the entire point, you know, is you get to see the environment based off the initial design and then make tweaks and adjustments. So there's a very high chance, and you can clip this if you want, but there's a very high chance that one of the dungeons next season is going to have way too many kicks when we experience it next week, and people are going to lose their minds, and then they're going to go nerf it because, you know, obviously, that's what we got to do. So one of them is encounter design, so you don't have the dungeons be so insane for so many kicks. The other thing that I would say is that it allows the responsibility to get like focused in the tank and in the DPS. And so you always know whose responsibility it is to do that job because less people have the ability to do that job, you know? Yeah. They change it because it's a fun spell. It'd be sad to see it go. Maybe they'll have some kind of tier set bonus to empower it or something. But it's a little bit weird right now. It kind of seems like they just pushed it out entirely at the moment. Yep. All right, what are the big L's for Monk? What if I made a very question mark raid build? If I made like a super question mark raid build. Monk could be like melee and keys and then probably ranged in raids. Yeah, they're way fewer. Are you done? Range build and raids. Wrong button. That's the one. Yeah. Nope, still Yulon in raids. 5 seconds lag in Eversong. Unit channel is soothing and maybe cast while moving onto your target with Thunder Focus T. I think they want to encourage Tier of Morning really hardcore. It looks like they do. Not those, not those, not those. I was thinking about taking Secret Infusion, but I wasn't sure if there was a better option here. Use it be good for raids. Yeah, I guess that is true, because you are using a lot more soothing. I think, especially since I'm running Peaceful Mending, I guess I should run with that as well. Yeah. And I don't think you're going after that much mastery. I just don't know if, like, being able to cast while moving even really makes a big difference when you already have the cast while moving talent here. So I don't really feel like Emperor's Elixir is going to be that valuable for a key. Yeah. You're right. I think it will synergize with the Apex talent. Yeah. Freeze in general is in a rough spot. I think Disc is in a rough spot, but that's because they haven't really like found a direction for it. I think Holy is fine. There's so many things that they're doing with Disc that are like probably good for their PvP setup. Oh, I don't care about Shadow. If you're looking for Shadow sympathy, you've come to the wrong place. You know this. But there's a lot of things for like Disc. It feels like are like, oh, this is like PvP related or something. But yeah, I think Disc just needs to like find its lane, I guess. Yeah, like the new Evangelism is just like not good. So yesterday I recorded like this entire long rant about Disc Priest and all the issues they had. So. God, there's so many illiterate people on Twitter. I swear. I just want to I just need to delete my Twitter or just stop posting. It actually rage baits me so hard when I post stuff and then people don't read. Or people don't know how to read. Man, explain this in the post. Oh, Readings for Nerds. Dude, like, people are like, why didn't they do this? And I'm like, it's in this post. Like, just read. It just drives me fucking crazy, man. It just drives me crazy. Like, people like bitch about something about the add-on thing, and I'll like take a fucking screenshot and like highlight it, and they still misread it. It's like a platform built on reading, and then it's filled with people that can't read. It drives me fucking crazy. Like, there's other platforms where you can just watch videos. Real question, when am I going to decorate that room? I'm working on it. I've actually been decorating other areas of my apartment since I moved in last month. And then I was just like, eventually I'll decorate this room. I just don't want it to look shitty. And then I'm like, analysis paralysis, basically. I'm like, oh, maybe this will look good. Maybe this will look good. I'm just renting. This is hopefully my last year renting. Hopefully at the ripe age of 32, I'll be able to buy a house. Am I aware of a solution for moving holy power comma points? Yes. And this is actually a good solution. You're going to use add-ons, waitlist. Okay? Because in Blizzard's Blue Post, they recognize that people want to have runes, holy power, and all that other stuff and customize it, make it look good however they want. So they're specifically putting it in a box that add-ons can work with. So, should be fucking good. It might be. I think Luxos may not do it going forward. We'll see. Median age for house buying is in the 40s now. Yeah, that's fucking ridiculous. Yep. Boomer sold us out. I think all the ability pruning, which can be seen as taking away a lot of the skill ceiling, it'll create a situation where there's a way larger group of players that get stuck at a key level. I think that Blizzard is probably going to implement a system nerfing where they are nerfing dungeons or increasing player power more steadily throughout the expansion or throughout a season to make it so that you never hit a wall. Yeah. I think that's what the solution's going to be. You just get more power. Apparently it's good, Forzers. I haven't really had any issues with the current nameplates, but I'm just a healer, you know? Like, healer nameplates are not as important as, like, tank nameplates, you know? Join the military real quick for 6 years. That's what my dad says, frickin' dude. That's what my dad constantly says. He's like, you should join the military. And I'm like, that sounds not up my alley. That sounds not up my alley. Yeah, I'm good. Yep. Don't have to track kicks now, yep. Home Valley's a crater in 10 years. Well, I live in Austin, and they're currently cratering. Because Austin has this very radical system that nobody else has ever thought of to deal with, like, high price for housing, both for renting and for buying. Austin's doing this incredibly, incredibly radical thing, okay? They are building more housing and approving the construction of more housing. And then when there is more supply, then the price goes down. It's super radical, but I think that later next year I'll be able to buy a house. Yeah. You can't just build more housing. They did. It's crazy. It's crazy. Seems to be working. Seems to be working. I got 10 weeks rent free. My current place. It's crazy. 3 years away from retiring from the military. It's not for everyone. Yeah, like my brother went into the military, and like, I think that, like, so he fucked up his shoulder. I forget what specifically happened, but basically he needed some like reconstructive surgery on his shoulder, go through some rehab and stuff like that. And that's what I would call relatively like simple for, you know, some procedure getting out of the military. And they took fucking forever. And like I can only imagine some of the people and the shit they've had to deal with from like serious life-changing injuries and life-changing amounts of rehab and all that other kind of stuff, right? Like I don't want to be in that sort of situation where like I get injured or a buddy gets injured for life and then like they just treat you like shit as you're trying to, you know, repair yourself and build your body back together. That sounds awful. You know? I'm holding my Twitch trophy. While I was busy not joining the military, I got 5 million hours watched on Twitch, and they gave me a trophy. I hope Expiation will be good at midnight, Weiju. It's one of my favorite talents. Yeah. Constant sleep deprivation, psychological issues, entire body pain, severe PTSD. Yeah. No. Until we can, like, provide the best for people that are making massive sacrifices in their life. Like, yeah, it's good that they can buy houses, but like, I think we should be doing a little bit more than that. But that's just me. Anyway. Yeah, tons of my family members have been, and they, you know, they told me about the good and the bad and everything like that. So, but anyway, I've basically just been saving. So hopefully next year we'll be able to. We'll see what interest rates do. Because even interest rates going from like 3 to 6% is like biblical amounts of extra payments for a house. Yep. Yeah, literally, sir. Literally, man. I've seen so many people have that issue. New Holy Priest, I think it's really good, man. I think it's actually really, really good. The biggest concern I always have with classes is like, do they have a direction in mind that makes sense and will... Do they have like a specific vision in mind? So Holy Priest, they get a cool talent where you give up Sanctify. You can choose to get rid of your Sanctify, but in return, your Serenity hits really hard and it cleaves 4 allies. So that way, you can actually AoE heal in a 5-man. It's great. Retired last year after 21 years. A lot of sacrifice. The VA and retirement pay for the rest of your life helps with financial security. That's true. Thanks for serving. I mean, W Veterans Day just the other day. Moving to EU, you can buy a house cheaper than in the US. Not nearly enough freedom in Europe. Not nearly enough. Nah, US kind of owns. US has a lot of problems, but the US actually fucking owns. Yeah. Girlfriend literally had to call welfare check on me to the VA, make contact with our senator for to get you into mental health treatment. Oh my god, dude. Speaking of problems, you know? Like, I don't know. I haven't gone everywhere in Europe and everything along those lines, but there's a lot of problems in the States, but I think that it could also just be like a lot worse. I don't know. Only in like the US can you have like companies like Twitch exist so that you can have your career playing video games all day. Like, I don't know. It's fucking crazy. I want to visit Portugal. I want to. You'll never leave? I don't think the native Portuguese will want me to stay too long. I don't know. I don't want to overstay my welcome. I will. Let's go. W Riz. You can come. Like, don't worry. I got permission. I got permission. Social media and speech restrictions in the UK. Yeah, I don't want people knocking on my door over a tweet or asking about a TV license or some bullshit like that. I think Holy's looking really good, Brutal. Big fan, man. Big fan. Oh, my brother's in Norway. So my brother is, now that he's out of the military, he's working on his PhD. Actually, sorry, it's Finland. Excuse me. He's in Finland right now, working on his PhD. And so he had a Fulbright scholarship, and now he is both studying in Finland and he is lecturing in Finland. And so he was lecturing the Finns, educating them on the glory of American culture. And so his first lecture was on Kentucky horse racing. He's showing off all these big hats and horse races and stuff like that to these Europeans. They have no idea. They've never even seen a horse in their life. Not every state has car inspections. I live in Florida. We don't have mandatory car inspections. Huh. Texas does. but I'm not like full on. The government can't inspect my car. It's fine. Like that shit's annoying for sure. But yeah, I think they should inspect cars every year. Oh, does it depend? Okay. Today I learned. Oh, is Texas really getting rid of the inspections? Well, shows what I know about politics. I know. I'm just yapping to you, Yako. I'm surprised nobody else even said that. I'm surprised nobody else even did. Takes effect in 2026. All right. I had an issue with my car battery because I didn't drive it enough. I have like, I don't know, 25,000 miles on my 4 or 5 year old car or something like that. And then I had a battery issue because I just wasn't starting it up enough or running it long enough. I had to change the battery. Save like $50 a year. Yeah, it's really not a hindrance to get your car inspected. I don't like doing it, but yeah. Plug it into the computer anymore? Probably. Yeah. Yeah. Like DPF? I don't know. I literally just got it like taken to the shop and checked out. They were, you know, replaced the battery, and I asked them to take care of some other maintenance stuff in the meantime. Any county in Texas that requires the emission test requires state inspection. It's probably going to still be Austin. Yeah. I'll be fine. I'll be fine. You had 20,000 miles on your 4-year-old motorcycle? Yeah. I guess it's probably true anomaly. Yeah. It's midnight kill. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. I actually think Midnight, here's my hot take. I think Midnight's going to be one of the best expansions in a long time, dude. I think it's going to be a really, really good expansion. Yeah, dude, like housing is going to be like catnip. Housing is going to be catnip. I have like beta open and everything, but there's not like M+ to do. I've been kind of just messing around with builds, been kind of looking at talents. The way I view all the add-on stuff is like it is the spirit bomb that's going to nuke the player base if it goes off, right? We got like 6 episodes of Goku charging up to stop it. We know it's going to happen if we don't stop it. We know it's going to happen if they don't do anything about it. It's up to them to perform. You know? Wait, so why is Yulon dead? Yeah, we looked at HPAL earlier. You think the add-on situation will attract more people? I think if they do it right, yeah, absolutely. Don't say that around the people who are hooked up to an IV of add-ons. I think the game with less add-ons will be good. Certainly, raiding is going to be miles better when I don't have fucking wipes in my raid group because somebody forgot to update their add-ons. I don't blame the person. I blame the add-ons. For reference. That shit is so annoying. Because I don't even like updating them. Oh, everyone fucking update your Northern Sky every single week. One person didn't. Oh, I guess we all waste our time. You always blame the person. No, because the second I blame the person, it's going to happen to me. I don't blame them because I know it could happen to me. Well, the whole point though, Sateki, is they even like say the trust. I don't trust Blizzard, right? They literally actually say verbatim in the post that the average take is it'd be great, but I don't trust Blizzard. Like they even address that too. So like, I think they know their mission. I think this entire post today was like recognizing that they're making changes and they have a responsibility, and they're like, just we'll show you. You don't have to trust us. You don't have to believe in us. We're gonna do it, you know. And I kind of like that direction for the game. They have very clearly put their standard of what they expect. It initially started as no combat add-ons, right? That initially started, but where is the Here it is. Add-ons should no longer offer a competitive advantage in WoW combat. Boom. That is their guiding statement. That's where the ship is headed. That's the new world. They're headed there, right? And it said, we don't give a fuck if you believe in us or not. We're going to go do this. And so, like, I support that. I mean, how can you not? Obviously, you want to be worried about the implementation. Obviously, you want to worry about how it's going to perform. I don't think I have the blind faith or trust, but I'm supporting them for doing it, you know? Something's got to change. Hey, Holly. Literally foolish. Like, I don't want to fucking deal with those little, like, patch updates, you know? All the commenters tell me they're in the top 1% without add-ons anyway. I mean, I don't think... I think that's not too hard. US of A. Sheesh. Yeah. And true, your FPS is going to go way up with less add-ons or less impactful add-ons. You know? Yeah, it is a fool's errand to please everybody. And you know what? Some people who are hooked up to the infinite IV of add-ons and they have to do without, they'll adapt. They'll adapt. They'll figure it out. TW Season 3 Dungeon Pool live up to the hype? I was kind of over it. Yeah. But I feel like I was kind of over the expansion a little bit earlier. Like, I was kind of over the expansion shortly after we killed Demencius, and I was like, alright, cool. I don't trust you to deliver based on your Scorched Earth method. Earn my trust when it launches and it's great. Our relationship should be better. If not, man, run. Yeah, I mean, I think that's a healthy relationship to have with the game in general, though, Scoob. You know? Too much of WoW's overall experience has been, like, blind faith. It's gonna be good. And, like, and then getting burnt and then people getting upset but not leaving. Like, I think this is a better way to go about it. So, I think it's very much a play for new players, Blick. Because... I am part of, I guess, the second generation of WoW players. Like, I didn't play in Classic. I started playing in Cataclysm. And when I started playing the game, people were like, oh, when'd you play? Oh, like, I started playing Cataclysm. They're like, oh, Catababy, 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 over and over, right? But a lot of, like, all those people quit. Like, all those people are gone. Or almost all of them are gone, you know? And then there was, like, this next gen of players that started in like Legion or started in Shadowlands, things like that, you know? And this is like this young blood next generation. But there has not been that new next gen from like Dragonflight or War Within. Maybe a couple people, right? Maybe a small amount of people. But I think if you surveyed like, you know, my chat, or you surveyed, I don't know, a random selection of players, you would see a huge chunk of people started in Shadowlands, huge chunk of people started in like Legion, huge chunk of people, you know, were back in the day, you know, classic TBC, whatever. But then there's like not that many in War Within and not that many in Dragonflight. Like, yeah, obviously new people always try the expansions and stuff, but like, I think they're realizing that they're not building up as many new players. And part of the reason, not the entire reason, obviously, but part of the reason is going into, hey, holy shit, like, what's the barrier of entry to even get started with this game, you know? Because I remember when I started in Kata, like, from the beginning, it was go download some add-ons because the base UI sucks. And I can only imagine how extreme it is in the War Within, where the base UI, still not good, but also classes are so freaking complex. Like, I don't even know what other games have as complex of class combat as War Within right now. I mean, you could say like PoE or Diablo, but like you only have like 4 buttons in those games, right? Like balancing defensive usage, crowd control, you know, 8 to 15 button damage rotation or something crazy like that. It's a lot. It's a lot. Guild Wars 2 Elementalist, yeah. Really hate starting a new class because I need to set up all the weak auras. It's honestly even 2 hours of work to start playing. Then you need to set up profiles for your add-ons. Your UI is completely screwed. Yup. Yep. And that's the thing. Like, you're still going to be able to differentiate yourself from somebody else and still be able to like highlight that you're a skilled player. And it's also way less work for casuals to set up their accounts and to set up their gameplay. Like, stuff just creeps. Like, there's always the pressure, right, to make a game more complex over time. Because you want to add some new stuff. Like, I don't know, I don't want the same exact thing for 6-8 years straight, you know? But what we're doing right now is Disc Priest as an example. Is I've played WoW for like 12 years or something like that. But 8 years ago or something, we had the 7.2.5 Legion patch. When was it? 7.2.5 Legion patch release date. 2017, Chatteroo. 8 years ago, this patch released, okay? And so what this did was this actually kicked off modern Disc Priest, okay? So modern Disc Priest and like ramping and shit, that's when this started. In its like final form. They were kind of edging towards it at the beginning of Legion, but this is actually the one that solidified it, okay? It's actually when people started playing Disc in raids again. So we've had this gameplay very similar for about 8 years, and they've constantly kind of changed little things up, but the basic principles of ramping have stayed the same, you know? And for players who have played for that long, they gotta like jazz it up. They gotta make it a little bit more interesting. But the negative side effect is that it also adds more stacking modifiers, more things to manage, more ways to express your skill until it gets bloated and gets like ridiculous. And a lot of that is because they got rid of borrowed power, you know? And I understand why they did, but no. Tragic. And I understand like why they did and everything like that, but at the same exact time, that's like the consequence, you know, of like getting rid of borrowed power. Now you have this like dark cycle of like power creeping the game and then pruning the game and then power creeping the game and then pruning the game. And you go back and forth, which is a lot of what happened in Mist of Pandaria going into Warlords of Draenor. Like shit got really, really bloated in MoP and then they started pruning in WoD and people lost their shit, you know. Ultimate Penitence is a choice with Barrier, Titan. Yep. I actually kind of fuck with Holy Paladin, Avidus. I don't really miss having Crusader Strike when your Holy Shock gives you cooldown reduction for your Judgment. So you're constantly generating more Holy Power. It's actually not too shabby at all. Yep, edging, hee hee. Kind of sucks not having both. Well, maybe they should have made Uppies better. I don't miss it too much because they keep making Uppies like really shit, and so I'm like, eh, whatever. The only precedent because you're used to it. Well, you'll get unused to it. I was actually just thinking about it this morning when I was leaving my apartment. I was like, wow, I've been here for like a month and a half. Like I'm actually like really used to, I don't know, the route I take to go to the gym, or, you know, I'm really used to the spider web maze that is the apartment complex. And like, you know, people get used to it. Change is weird, but you can adapt. Right, I agree, Corey. Yeah, Uppies is not that great. I personally won't miss it that much. Yeah, people definitely do hate the change. I understand. But it also is kind of exciting for me because it's been a while since we've had like this much change starting off an expansion. Probably the first time since probably Legion, I would say. So it's pretty hype. It's pretty hype. You made Age probably for 2 seasons when RBGs came out. I think healing's gonna get better at midnight. I hope. At least they're taking care of a lot of the problems I've had with it. So I'll take those. I'll take those. Well, the relevant part of Midnight's housing. That's gonna be the saving grace, man. That's gonna be the big saving grace. Casual's gonna be so excited about it. Well, it's certainly a high skill expression. I think it's overall 2-timer add-on dependent. Don't like feeling like I have to play your timers instead of the game space. Yeah, I could see that. But that's also like a playstyle preference, because if you want to play something that ramps, then it also means that you are really focused on like a couple of narrow big moments to do all your healing and not in like the sustained healing environment. Which is also why I like Oracle, because it does bring up your sustained healing a bit, and it feels like you can do like good spot healing in downtime. So, yeah. It's just like gameplay differences and preferences. Makes the game feel different, which is nice. Yeah, exactly. And I think that's just... It's nice that there's different niches sort of carved out for everybody. Yeah. Hell yeah. All right. W, chat. This is a good yap session today. But I'm going to check on my dinner. I got an hour and a half or so for the slow cooker to get everything wrapped up. And I'm going to do some more research and everything and send some more DMs out to people for some more notes for videos. But I'll be back tomorrow. I think I'm going to be a little bit late because I have a meeting in the morning. So, like 1 or 2 Central. 1 or 2 p.m. Central. We'll start up tomorrow. Probably do... I don't know. Will we do Prez? Maybe we'll do Druid. I don't know. I'll think about it. I'll update the title and everything like that, and we'll figure it out. But I'll do some more note-taking. We'll do some more yap sessions. Basically, set up characters before beta and plus drops next week. Raid testing next week. Like, all kinds of big stuff. All kinds of stuff to yap about. All right. So have a great night. Take it easy. Thanks for tuning in, and I'll catch y'all later.
That was pretty weird.